Okay, so it is time to start. First of all, can everybody hear me? I believe it's working. I spent some time making sure the audio levels were pretty okay, but always worth checking. And then, yeah, we can get started on the gameplay and all that sort of stuff. So, okay, everyone can hear me. So I'll switch to this. So, here is going to be our setup. You can see we have the gameplay here. I can play the game right here. There, by my count, is about 3.5 hours left before the game shuts down. This is way closer to the timeline than I expected, and this was with planning ahead, being like, I'll do it the day beforehand. Little did I know, they were planning to shut down the game, like, pretty much the second it hits December 2nd in certain regions. Like, it's kind of weird because, like, in America, where, like, and Canada, like, where the game is based, the game doesn't even get to December 2nd. That's the kind of funny thing about it all. But we should have enough time to get through a decent amount of stuff here. I forget exactly how long it takes to get through the Kyoshi content, but, like, I've got a lot of materials and stuff like that. We can get through it. I suppose, yeah, the first things first, I suppose, like, we do need to just kind of reflect on the game is gone very shortly. Like, pretty much once this stream is over, the game will be done. And it is a game, like, apart from the last couple of weeks when they've announced the shutdown, while it was active, it was a game I played every day from basically the day I got access to it. Obviously, not a ton, maybe every day, but I made sure to log in every day and keep on top of things, so I was ready for all the updates. This will be a loss, not just because of the game and obviously the people who actually liked the game itself and how it played, but the story content that was here, the art that is in the game, and we can talk about that a little bit as well. If I switch to this, you can see kind of behind the game here, I have, like, art assets and stuff like that we can kind of go through. You can see here, like, look at all this stuff for Aang. Look at all these images. Look, there's I think this is Auma, isn't it? Yeah, Auma from the Kyoshi update. So you can see we can talk about some of the assets when we get it, because at this point it has all been pretty much, pulled out of the game. It's available. We can talk about that when we maybe have a slow point in the gameplay. But we will actually do the gameplay itself. So we'll talk about that later. And, like, I have like there's, like, voice acting files and stuff like that. So all the audio is here and stuff like that as well. But yeah, it's coming to an end. And a big question, and I think this is something that a lot of people get wrong with this game, is why is the game ending? Okay, we know it's obviously layoffs. About 70-80% of the team got laid off basically the day before the Azula update. Like, literally hours after that stream where they announced the details of the Azula update, all those people were let go. But why were they let go? Was it because the game was not successful, failing, or anything like that? Some people will say that's the case. But everything that I know points to that it was basically business mismanagement well over the top of the development studio. I'll pull this in here. This is an IGN article. Here it is. So Embracer Group is going to... This is from June. So this is just prior to the ending of the game and stuff like that. So Embracer Group is to close studios, cancel games, and lay off staff after $2 billion deal falls through. And CDE Entertainment, the dev studio under this that makes this game, is under this. This is why the game doesn't exist anymore. This is why the game is ending today, is because the Embracer Group fumbled some sort of a big business deal, and various studios that the Embracer Group purchased, like, they went crazy purchasing all this stuff. They are laid off people to try and make this back because of financial like budgets and expectations. I don't really know the full financial details, but this is why the game is ending. I don't think we really have information beyond this to suggest that there's any other kind of significant like problem that there was with the game. Obviously, we can point out issues with the game that, you know, it could be better in this way, it could be better in that way. There were frustrations. But I think they were all just, this would make the whole thing go smoother. And it was getting to a point where, you know, the guild update, when they added the second part, that was going to be a big thing. Korra content was on the way, the second timelines. All this stuff was going to make the game better. And I think get it to a point where we would be in a pretty good spot. And so it's really unfortunate the timing of how things came to an end, because we lost like everything quite suddenly. And now we don't have access to all of this stuff. Otherwise, like, I think the game did well. I don't think we have statistics to suggest like how much money it was making and stuff like that. But I think Avatar is super popular, and some of those updates, like the Kyoshi update and the Azula update, did really well for them. That's the kind of unfortunate thing of like they were just hitting their stride, and then the dev team is gone. That's the real unfortunate part of it. So with that sort of start out of the way, I suppose we should get into the game. So you'll notice, compared to my other content, this is a different account. So obviously to replay the content, I had to make a new account. I did this a few days ago, so I was at the point where I could actually play the Kyoshi content and had enough to kind of get resources properly and stuff like that. So you'll see if you look at my hero characters, I have basically leveled up no one. I have a core main team that I haven't even leveled up that much. Of basically a team Avatar team that I did like most of the content with. There's a lot of stuff that I need to go through to kind of get this all kind of together. But you'll notice here, I don't have any of the Kyoshi characters. So when I say that we're doing the Kyoshi content, we're doing it all. So you'll see me kind of, I guess, pulling all the characters and stuff like that. And we'll get there shortly. So yeah, I better turn the music on for this, because I think people will want to hear the Kyoshi music, maybe some of the dialogue that's here. Let me know how the audio mix sounds, like how I sound compared to the music and stuff like that in the background, and how everything sounds. I did some checks, and I think it sounds good, but I never know what the kind of preference is here. I'll actually just open this up for a second. So compared to some of the dialogue,
With simple needs. You've got guts, I'll give you that.
We fight with bravery and honor.
Care for a bowl of noodles?
Water try.
Fire is alive. It breathes. It grows.
so yeah, we'll see how that goes overall. I'll try not to speak over like stuff when it happens, because we want to enjoy this going through the Kyoshi update. So I'll get that kind of started here just now. So we go into here, activities and timelines. Just look at that piece of art. That was incredible when they announced the timelines feature. Like Korra, Kyoshi, Roku, Karuk, Yang Chen, Avatar 1. The potential was huge for when they got to the content, because obviously they were going to get to the point where they did the rest of Rise of Kyoshi, Shadow of Kyoshi. I'm sure they were going to do the Yang Chen books. Roku novels obviously coming. Roku would probably get that in time, and I'm assuming they would have other stuff as well. Like the excitement, I think some of the devs that popped into the Discord were saying that like some of the ideas they had for the One content update was actually really cool because of the kind of different art style and stuff like that. But let's get in here. So all we have so far with timelines, all we'll ever have is just the first third of Rise of Kyoshi. But let's get started here.
She was bigger than most of the other children, but something drew her to steal one of the air nomad's most precious Avatar relics.
So, nice little cutscene. Again, you can tell, like, you know, they can't go all out and have, like, this massive like amount of stuff. They have to keep it kind of reasonable, but then the art is kind of very cool. And then yeah, we get all these rewards here. Main thing here is that we do get young Kyoshi. That's the free character that everyone gets, of course. So really cool stuff there. And then yeah, we have the map, the kind of Kyoshi era map. So we have a Yokoya, and then we also have some stuff down here when we get to it. So very cool stuff here, because obviously they have to have the map look different, of course, because here it's not an island, it's still attached, it's still the whole peninsula situation, so the map has to be different. So we'll go into Yokoya here, and you can see the art here for what Yokoya actually looks like, and you can see it's obviously similar. Like, it has to match up with the Avatar Generations version of Kyoshi Island to a certain degree, but you know, cool stuff just highlighted here, because you'll note this kind of like this little kind of crossroads up here is definitely the same kind of like on the other map. But yeah, let's get started here. So we obviously have to assign, we can only use Kyoshi characters. We only have to have one character. So yeah, we'll put young Kyoshi in here. And we'll go for the rest of the story. 9 years later from the little cutscene, Kyoshi, unable to lift the massive jar of spicy kelp herself, is accompanied by earthbending villagers. Suzu here. Kyoshi doesn't care. Precious servant girl doesn't give a lick about farming matters. She's too good to get her hands dirty. Jay won't step in a boat neither. And we get some more stuff there. Here's Aoma, who I actually showed the art for earlier on. Lay off her. I hear that being a serving girl is hard work. That's why we're helping with the deliveries. Ulp. That's the village's last jar of spicy kelp. The clay vessel dives towards the ground like a hawk before swooping back up to safety. Just a little farther. And then we'll walk this path. Suzu again. I don't know what our parents were thinking, selling these fields to a Gonjanese outsider. And just that thing by itself, like, again, this is just Kyoshi stuff in general, but like a lot of people experience this for the first time through this update. The idea that they're talking about Jonju here, that he is a member of the Gonjin tribe from the Great Divide, like that the Kyoshi content expands out. People like have this view of that episode as being like really, really forgettable, when it's actually a pretty good episode still. Sure, it's one of the weaker ones of Avatar, but using the lore of like, hey, that's a tribe, it has to have a history in the Earth Kingdom, and here we kind of go into it. So cool stuff here. Kyoshi, maybe they knew the land was as worthless and unproductive as their children. Get her. And then here's the introduction of Rangi, of course. What do you think you're doing? Aoma, the Avatar's bodyguard. I thought you weren't supposed to leave his side. Aren't you slacking off? And this is what I'd love to see people's reaction to this if they were unfamiliar with the story of the novel. Because everyone, I think, knows Kyoshi is the Avatar. But now you're like, the Avatar's bodyguard, I thought you weren't supposed to leave his side. And it's like, wait, what's going on here? The whole false avatar thing. Aren't you slacking off? You're not authorized to be on these grounds, nor to lay your hands on the avatar's property, or accost his household staff, for that matter. The jar is enormous. It would take 2 grown men to lift it without earthbending. Kyoshi asked us to help her bring it inside the house. Right? And then Kyoshi's favorite word so far, ulp. Put that jar down, walk away, and don't come back. Unless you want to know what the ashes of your eyebrows smells like. Sure, thought you'd never ask. With a fling of her hands, the jar rockets straight up into the air, past the treetops. You better find someone who's authorized to catch that. Catch it, use earthbending, and catch it. And Kyoshi says, I can't. But we know she's an earthbender, what's the deal here? Like, the setup here is pretty good. Even though, like, this doesn't have the sort of narration that the book has to kind of explain a lot of things. Kyoshi's like, I can't. What do you mean you can't? The staff ledgers have you listed as an earthbender. Catch it. It's not that simple. The jar stops in midair. Pebbles on the ground arrange themselves in the shape of letters. You're welcome.
Enough!
Some dialogue there. Enough. We're distracting Avatar Yoon from his work, and you're late. So, the reference that the Avatar currently is known to be Yoon. Whoever that is, if you're not familiar with the content. And so we'll see the introduction of Yoon up here.
Have some dignity.
So it's pathetic the way they step on you. You serve Avatar Yoon, have some dignity. I was trying to de-escalate the situation. Very un-Kyoshi-like as we typically know her. You were going to let them hit you. I saw it. I don't claim you were doing neutral jing or whatever earthbending hooey. And speaking of your earthbending, you were shown up by a peasant. How have you not mastered the basics by now? And then, so the most efficient course of action would be to surprise the leader alone somewhere and then destroy her so messily that it sends a message to the others to not bother you. Are you listening to me?
Why resort to violence?
Okay, Kyoshi dialogue there. Why resort to violence?
I have strong heroes like you to protect me.
So that's pretty good. And then we can actually get moving here. And a note on the whole, like, Yoon moment. Because, like, they don't really show it. That's meant to be a really, really significant feat of earthbending. The fact that, like, he's kind of sitting on the top of a house, basically. And from a massive distance, he stops this, jar from falling. And then, again, from a massive distance, delicately arranges a bunch of rocks to actually basically spell out legible words, highlighting that, like, Yoon is one of the most notable earthbenders of the era, especially when it comes to, like, precision bending. That's why he's kind of thought to be the Avatar, because he is so skilled. So yeah, we'll travel up here. And there we go. Bit of a narrative moment here. So, Avatar Yoon, they look so adorable together. I'm just going to jump down and surprise them. So, obviously a bit of a kind of shipping moment here for the Yokoya trio, as a lot of people call them.
When the spirits ask for a circus clown to intervene on their behalf, I'll know our time together has paid off.
So we have the introduction of Heiran here. Very, very cool to see this. And of course, this is another character who, like, at least in the files of the game, like, has had, like, a kind of unit within the game, but, like, we never really got it. So I'm guessing she was scheduled to get it at some point, like, in the second Kyoshi update or something like that. But anyway, yes, Heiran here, Yoon's firebending teacher. And nice to see kind of some art of her, of course.
I finished my hot squat sets early.
There's Yoon's voice. Hot squats, of course, the classic firebending training technique.
500 reps. Perfect form the whole way.
And yet you chose to spend your spare time lounging on the roof instead of meditating until I returned. No wonder you can't generate flames yet. So there's the first kind of problem. He's been training with Heiran for a while, but he can only earthbend. So problem, this begins to generate a lot of tension, of course. And this is more about the kind of the tone of the era, of course. That there is a lot of banditry, Dao Fei, pirate stuff going on in the background. The kind of world needs its Avatar. And from a negotiation point of view, they have it in terms of Yoon. He's fitting the role in so many ways, but without the multiple bending elements, you know, is he fully the Avatar? That's the kind of real question. There's doubts beginning to come into play. Rangi Kyoshi, spar with Avatar Yoon, maybe you can goad him into flame. Now this is obviously where they slightly alter the book story, because in a way, like, they have to have extra points where there's more action involved. And there is in general, just like there is new actual additions in addition to what's in the content. So it's just one of those things where, like, you know, it is an adaptation. But still, it's pretty cool to get this. So we're going to get our first kind of battle here. So we'll do this. And so far, we only have Kyoshi here. But as we go through this, you'll see they give us Rangi. And this was obviously part of the problem when the Kyoshi update first launched. That first week, I think it was. The only banner was the Avatar Kyoshi and Rangi banner, the one you'll see above my head, basically, this one here, for these two. But you already had Kyoshi. So if you pulled Kyoshi, you still only basically had one unit, because you can't use two Kyoshis on the same team. So everyone wanted and sort of like needed Rangi to progress through the content properly, but you didn't really have access to other units until the other banners came into play. But yeah, we're going to use Rangi here in this battle. And obviously the idea here is that, again, it's a bit of a kind of tutorial for the timeline stuff. You're meant to win this kind of stuff. Note here, as we get into the battle stuff, the graphics look a bit bad because I'm playing it emulated on BlueStacks. On mobile, it doesn't actually have these kind of black kind of graphic error stuff. That's why that is. So yeah, you can train your body as much as you wish, but your mind remains weak. I've been working hard for this. The results of your training are far less important than your attitude towards training. And then here is the introduction of Janju. Don't mind me, I'm just here to watch. And again, he is from the Ganjin tribe.
Stop.
And so here is Rangi, of course. She has her Burning Discipline passive, increased damage by 15% for a turn. When a damage increase effect is granted to the caster. Her basic is deals explosive damage, and then this deals 3 hits of firebending damage, and you can increase damage and so on. So yeah, we'll just leave with this. We don't have to be too tactical here, like we're going to win here.
I've been given the greatest gift in existence. I will not squander it. Not bad.
So yeah, the burn did most of the damage there to win it. You keep defaulting to earthbending. You should be focused on generating fire. She's goading me. She knows how hard I work. In the old days, masters used to maim their students for insubordination. So, you know, Fire Nation history, it's always been a little bit like that, I suppose. What wonderful modern times we live in. Come, let's take a tea break.
You're lucky the Avatar is merciful.
Judju. Our emissaries tell us that the pirate queen Tagaka has agreed to sign a new version of her great-grandfather's treaty. What changed, Sifu? You. She learned we finally found the Avatar and that he was one of the strongest benders of this generation. And there is our shadowy introduction of Tagaka and the concept of the Fifth Nation as well. So a very, very cool idea here. And again, fitting for the era, like I said. Daofei, pirates, bandit groups, that's kind of the big kind of unique kind of aspect of the Kyoshi era. The Fifth Nation fleet will cease raiding the coastlines along the Zhishan Mountains. In exchange for what? She's promising to halt her operations in one sector, but they'll cause trouble in other oceans. It's just pushing the violence from one corner of the world to another. What would you do then? we should take her offer and pretend we're glad to do it. It's our only chance of rescuing the surviving captives. See, this is why you are destined to be a great avatar. You have the insight to think ahead. You're everything Avatar Karuk was not, and I couldn't be prouder. And again, this is the important context here, of course, is that Heiran, Jeonju, and then Kelsang, who we're going to meet later, are the members of Avatar Karuk's Team Avatar. Karuk died young, at like 30, was it 2 or 3, and in a way left the world in a bit of a rough spot for his friends, his team, to try and fix things. And they kind of need the new avatar, and they've waited quite a while to get here. Because again, the avatar is meant to be sort of found much earlier, and then the training like officially maybe starts a bit later and stuff like that. But there's been obviously struggles in this era. So really cool that the whole Karuk story then in a way is in the background of the entirety of both books. It's obviously really, really interesting. Heiran thinks I'm a little bit too much like Karuk. She loves you almost as much as I do. Too much, perhaps. If that's true, she has a funny way of showing it. Let's see you run through the first sun gathering form. And then here we go. Here's the introduction of Kelsang. Really cool. So, Kyoshi, Kelsang, what are you doing here? I've been banished. Jeonju thinks my presence is causing Yoon to prematurely dream about airbending. So I love Kelsang's design. I think they absolutely nailed this. This is obviously a fun part for me with this update, was that they actually got in touch with me, Avatar Generations, and actually sent me this stuff ahead of time, but then pretty quickly followed it up with like, oh wait, don't post any of this before we post it. So like I had this for like a good like week or two before I was actually able to properly talk about it. But it's super well done. It gets across the idea that he is a giant of a man, and I think that really comes across in the design. Here's Auntie Mui. So really cool that like you even do get a chance to see some of the more minor characters as well. Poetry time. Lee, you start us off. And then he says, oh, the weather is nice. Sun shining down from the sky. Birds are singing. Good. That was awful. Where's your sense of balance? Can someone give us a decent verse? Kelsang. I've got cheeks like ripe round fruit. They shake the boughs of the storm. I blush bright red when I see a bed and leap at the sound of a horn. Brother Kelsang, set an example. And then this is a significant moment because this is basically a Avatar connection moment. That as we will see get explained here. This is like Karuk's love poem to Heiran, and how does Kyoshi know it? And there's a lot of interesting kind of like analysis you can do on this in terms of like, it's obviously an avatar writing a poem for their love. Who's Kyoshi thinking about during this moment? Like, is it Rangi? And then of course you have the whole connection of like Rangi is Heiran's daughter, and that's that whole thing. I've got 2 knives that are cast in bronze. They pierce all the way to the soul. They draw you in with the promise of sin, like the moth to the flame to the coal. I've got hair like the starless night. It sticks to my lips when I smile. I'll wind it with yours and we'll drift off course in a ship touching hearts all the while. The music in the background is actually quite nice during this as well. It's not very long, but it's pretty good. For the way I walk is a lantern lit that leads you into the night. I'll hold you close and love you the most until our end is in sight. And then, here's the reveal. Kyoshi, where did you learn that song? Yoon is the Avatar. Jeonju identified him nearly 2 years ago. Everyone knows this. You don't understand. After Karuk died, the earthen traditions around locating the Avatar fell apart. I forget if they explained this, but like in this, they obviously do in the book. If you kind of catch onto it, that you get the reveal. It's from obviously the books. It's not content that gets covered here. We were close to getting to it if they did another update, but the idea is because of Kyoshi's parents, when she was young, she kind of traveled around a lot on a sky bison, basically, and this is why the Earth method never pinned her down, but it did find locations. It's not that they just couldn't find anywhere. The methods produced a location, it's just when they got there, there was no one there because Kyoshi was traveling all the time with her Daofei parents, basically. Yeah, really interesting stuff here. Kelsong, the world was destined for an age of strife, to be torn apart by outlaws and warlords, until Jeonju labeled Yoon as the next Avatar. We found him winning at Pai Sho. He was playing Karuk's favorite strategies, turn by turn, down to the exact placement of the exact tile. The odds of it were unfathomable. So you think I'm the Avatar because of a stupid song I made up. I think you might be the Avatar because you pulled from thin air the exact lines of a poem Karuk wrote for Heiron a long time ago. He used a more formal meter than a sailor's ditty, and he didn't sing it. Its contents were exactly what you produced in the spur of the moment. Can we keep this a secret, at least until I get my bearings? So, really interesting stuff. And they found Yoon in Makapu as well, because he is the boy from Makapu, so that's a nice reference as well. So, Kyoshi and Yoon scene now. So, oh look, another Pai Sho board. Are you going to help me clean? Or, I want you to come on a journey with me. I need you by my side. What kind of trip is this? Where is it taking place? The Eastern Sea, near the South Pole. I'm signing a new treaty with Tagaka. I know how much you hate outlaws. I thought you might appreciate seeing a victory over them up close. And the question obviously comes up, why does Kyoshi hate outlaws beyond, I suppose, why most people would not be maybe inclined towards liking outlaws? Yoon, I'm basically your nanny. You need Rangi for this mission. Better yet, you need the Fire Lord's entire personal legion. I need the presence of someone who cares about me first, and history second. I want you to be proud of me, Yoon, not satisfied with the performance of the Avatar. Which is actually a really interesting line, reflecting on it, given where Yoon's arc goes. And it's in a way similar to some of the Korra kind of dynamics that we get with her, and like defining yourself as the Avatar and like as a person secondary, Avatar first. And that's exactly kind of what happens with him, because he is ultimately the false Avatar. What happens when he is discovered to not be the Avatar? And we see what happens in the novels. We don't quite get there in this. We were so close. So yeah, important moment there. Kyoshi, I'll come. Someone has to clean up whatever mess you make. Rangi, you've barely made any progress. Look at this mess. We decided to burn everything. You can start with those hideous silk robes in the corner. As your Avatar, I command you to light them up. Right now. Yes, and set the entire mansion on fire. Exactly, burn it all to the ground, reduce it back to nature. We'll achieve pure states of mind. This is what I need to keep safe above all else, my friends, and spirits help anyone who would take them away from me. So there's one of the first signs of like, okay, this young Kyoshi, like what drives her is protecting her friends, protecting like this dynamic, even though she's not particularly like skilled at this point, she has this kind of drive. And so that brings us to the Polar Refuge here. Let me just check Yokoya. Can we do anything here just before we go? Let's see. Kyoshi enjoying some time in between her tasks, observes her friends, surviving one of Heiron's firebending lessons. If you two insist on listening to your egos rather than my teachings, then perhaps your pride will push you to complete 200 hot squats each before our next session. Thank you, Sifu. You are dismissed, Avatar. Why do you always provoke my mother? It's impossible not to. She takes offense at every little mistake, like I'm intentionally failing at firebending. You're not failing, you're progressing. Kyoshi, thank the spirits you're here. Rangi was trying to be encouraging. Save me. Well, maybe you would prefer a lesson instead, Avatar. Come on, no more lessons unless... Hey Kyoshi, how would you like the honor of being trained by the Avatar himself? Actually, that's not a bad idea. Kyoshi is way overdue for some earthbending training. Whoa, you actually agree with me? Respectfully, shut up. This is for her benefit, and if we're lucky, maybe being a Sifu will give you some perspective. Do I have a choice? No. Now, Avatar Yun, I suggest we begin with sparring to assess exactly what I was thinking. Please address me as Sifu. Kyoshi, okay, can Rangi be on my team? What? No, this isn't a sport. Of course she will. Rangi, go join her team. We want this battle to be fair, after all. It's okay if you don't want. Oh no, don't worry. I want to join your team and teach this smug Sifu a lesson. And again, that's new content. That is not in the books. That's like a part of like the extra kind of little scenario stuff, which is the way the game obviously works, is that you have the main story, and then when you go back through the levels, there is sort of like a secondary kind of after story type moment, and that's what we have here. Sifu Yun, so they changed the name. Whenever you're ready, young cave hopper. So we do the battle, and then I might have to actually level up here. We'll see how this goes. Actually, Rangi can probably win this one on her own. But yeah, I think I'll take this opportunity to actually do some summons. So we'll go back out. And we'll do the Kyoshi banner at this point. We'll do the Kyoshi banner. I suppose we'll do the Yun banner as well at this point. We might do quite a few of it here. So what are we doing here? We are doing Rise of Kyoshi. So the very first banner. You can see I have lots of stuff here. It shouldn't be too much of a problem because we don't really need to get every version of the character because we have so many skill coins. They just gave them to us. But still, we have to pull the characters here. Okay, so nothing first time out. Sacred Orb, Owl Wolf, Tiles, Panda Lily, Paisho Board, Assassin's Knife, Poppy's Gift. And this is just an interesting thing with the game. Like, even stuff like this, which are the most forgettable items in the game, like 3-star relics, 3-star arts, still like nice pieces of art, and like there's like flavor text on them and stuff like that. We did get a Kyoshi skill coin, but we don't really need it. So we'll keep going until we summon these characters. So White Dragon Seed, statue of Kyoshi.
I'm the best warrior in my entire village.
Okay, 4-star Water Tribe Sokka we got here. Lemur, Tiles, Vines of the Banyan Grove, Panda Lily, Lantern, and some more stuff. Okay, nothing here. Princess Crown, Meadow Vole, Dumpling Weed, and 3-star stuff. Thankfully, they reduced all the pity amounts because we have a lot of tickets, but we might run out actually before we get some of this stuff. So Whistle. This was definitely one of the things with the game, is that I do feel some of the banners could have been a bit more generous, given that you typically didn't have the ability to get that many tickets, like especially during the Kyoshi event where we knew the order of the banners. Like, you really had to like be on it and have prepared well ahead of time to make sure you got the stuff. So we get a guaranteed character here. Okay, so we got the 5-star Inheritance Relic, which is so funny because like we were this close to actually getting like the sequence where like this comes into play within the story, but we didn't quite get it.
Honor and privilege to
So we got Rangi, of course. I think this matches my initial playthrough as well. I'm pretty sure I actually did pull Rangi. A lot of people didn't, and that was a bit of a problem with the update, of course. So we'll do that. Actually, I think, if I remember correctly, I have... Yeah, I have a timeline ticket, so I can use this to get a guaranteed timeline character. So we'll see who we get here.
As your avatar, I command you to. Relax, I'm just messing with you.
Nice line of dialogue there, actually. So, yeah, we got Avatar Yoon here from the timeline ticket. There we go. And do I have another one? I might actually. Okay. Another one.
Marquess of the Eastern Sea, at your service.
So there we get Tagaka. I wasn't aware I had so many timeline tickets. Have they just made it free or something? Might as well actually do the animation. I think a lot of people skip it and maybe haven't seen it in a while. But it's a cool animation, actually. So we got Rangi again. How many timeline tickets do I have? Oh, I actually have multiple. I don't know how, because again, I only started this account like a day or two ago, so I must have pulled extra tickets somehow. Okay, so we'll just continue with these, see what we get. Another Tagaka token, which doesn't really matter, we're just looking for the characters basically here. Another Rangi. And then, yeah, that means we just have to go get the other characters. So, this is an interesting one. They did actually add this in a couple of days ago, the banner to get Teleriktug. Now, technically, we can just buy him from the shop, but it's more fun to do the summon. So we can also get Kiwok here, and we do have some powerful opponent tickets, which were the ones where you only had to get 10 to get the character. So we'll see who we get here. Blade of Tagaka. Kiwok.
I will fulfill my destiny.
Agni Kaizuko. Okay, we'll go again. There we go! Teleriktug. Definitely my favorite of the new characters. I just think the design is really cool. The fact that they pair him up with Kiwok in the banners and they actually have similar styles, I think that's probably the obvious kind of familial connection across the generations if there is going to be one. Because I think the initial speculation is that, like, is she directly related to Tagaka? Because they're both brand new characters, it's probably more the case that, like, if there is a connection, it's these two. Because, like, Tagaka's in prison, he actually doesn't apparently get imprisoned. But still, very, very cool character, Teleriktug. And we might as well just spend these tickets here. Call to Freedom is the Teleriktug relic. Works like really well with him. Not sure if it's the best relic to use with him, but it's the one I always used. The Blade of Tagaka is actually Kiwok's special weapon, which this was obviously the thing that suggested, like, oh, is she related to Tagaka? But that doesn't necessarily suggest anything as such, but... And then we'll just spend the last 10 here. Okay, so that's that. And then, in terms of other Kyoshi characters, there's the rest of the pirates, and then I think it's just this banner, isn't it? So, this and the Azula banner, I get the impression, were probably two of the more successful banners over the course of the game, in terms of really hyped units and characters that they built up to with the Peace Chaos stuff. Let's see what we get here. I actually did pretty well on this banner during my playthrough and actually managed to pull both characters pretty early-ish. Obviously the rate has gone way down. Oh. immediately we get something. Badger Mole. Is it just a Badger Mole? I guess so. Which, usually, that would be an amazing pull. Except, as part of the end of the game, they basically gave you 99 5-star summon, like, support characters, so that's not actually that important. Okay, nothing here.
You're looking at the only waterbender in the whole South Pole.
Okay, Prisoner Katara.
Sokka, the mean and sarcasm guy.
Warpaint Sokka. And this is definitely kind of like part of the kind of problem of the game, is that like you not only had to pull the character, but to make the character properly usable, you had to pull the character like, what was it, 5 more times, because you really needed most characters at 6 out of 6 skill level to get the most out of them. And that was obviously a huge challenge for some of these things. And that's why like the skill coins were so important, because in most of the cases it was not really feasible for most people to pull and get multiple copies of the characters from the banners. So nothing there. Okay, we pulled something. So there's Karuk's poem. So that is obviously what we saw directly happen. This is Kelsong's item. So this is the idea of, you know, this is actually what he kind of took from Karuk and basically burned so that he wouldn't use it. And that's why this exists. So really cool reference here with this. Yeah, they don't seem to want to give us the characters, but we'll get them. We've got lots of tickets to go through. Okay,
The Avatar
Janju.
was my friend. It is my duty to train his reincarnation.
Very cool. Very interesting unit, Janju. I never used him too much myself, partly because there was other characters I wanted to focus on, and for most of the game, skill coins were a rarity, and I never really got to level him up too much. But often, like a good enemy Janju was a real threat. Because of the ability to like go through your front line and hit your back line and really take out your usually protected backline character. So there we go. I think so. Yeah, Kelsong will be kind of like the last character that we really need to get, because I would like to kind of put together a Kyoshi team on stream here, as best we can anyway, without taking up kind of like too much time. Okay. Brooks' poem again.
Yeah, let's break some rules.
Okay, we got Toph in the middle of all that, which isn't super important. Yeah, this is just a 4-star Toph, yeah. That was the initial banner that everyone had. Ice Totem, Panda Lily. Got Janju again. Okay, so they don't seem to want to give me the Kelsong, who I actually really like as a unit. That's the real frustration here, is that we never got enough characters to, I think, properly have a good airbender team. There was the core beginning to form, I feel, because like there was stuff like Janju. Gyatso was an interesting enough character. One of the Aangs, I think, was going to probably be somewhat decent there. But the 2 airbender characters that they were going to add in the like upcoming update, Nathaka and what's the other character's name? Sarisa or something like that. I'd have to look it up. Those 2 were going to be, I think, super interesting. Okay, there's a yeah. I think it was Samira. Yeah, that would have been really cool. Like those 2 with Kelsong, maybe an Aang, maybe Gyatso. I think it would have been a very cool team to have. And then yeah, inventory management. This was always a bit of a problem with the game, that they, even as we came to the end, I never felt like they sorted this out properly. Like, they made major progress by lowering the amount it took to upgrade your storage, but I was kind of a bit stunned consistently that we never got around to properly fixing this, and the need to I suppose I'm not really going to be using 3-star relics, so like they at least introduced this and like the ability to just quickly select like 3-star stuff and get rid of it. Like, it makes it like a lot quicker, but still not fantastic, obviously. So yeah, do we get Kelsong here? No, Jonju again. And I never had this happen for the most part during my initial plays of like these multi-character banners, and I just kept getting the same character over and over again. So it's interesting that it's happening to me here, that I can't seem to pull Kelsong. And I'm getting the benefit here of them reducing the pity amount to 60, whereas it was like, was it 200? Or had they reduced it at the time? Was it 150? Yeah, there's another Jonju that I pulled in the middle of everything. And I don't need multiple Jonjus because I have all the skill tokens. I can level everyone up if I need to. Go, Gorilla. No. Let's see how long this actually takes. Okay, here we go, finally. There we go. Kelsong. Really cool. So was so happy to have this unit pretty early on. Definitely focused on him quite a lot. Used him quite a lot as well. Very, very cool character. So I'll put him into the kind of Kyoshi team I'll make here in just a second. Because I think for the most part that is nearly everything we can do here. Yeah, because like the other banners, like I have the Peace Aang, I have Zuko. Bokin is a cool new character, but you really need to do a full like Earth kind of defense team almost if you're going down that path. We got Kyoshi and Rangi. Yoon is here, and we'll see some of that stuff. We got these two. Masaru, one of the other new characters, formerly known as Katsu. They changed the name. Him and Bokin definitely were probably the least interesting of the new characters, but still, there's some cool stuff. Zhao. This Zhao, Moonslayer Zhao, was my MVP character from like the entire game. I just, in terms of the way his stuff worked, it worked perfectly in terms of what I wanted to do. Just super cool character, very powerful as well. I know he basically maybe got like overtaken by like some of the later more powerful units like Ronin Zuko and like Azula and so on towards the end of the game, just because there was more kind of maybe synergies between characters, which was probably part of the balancing problem with the game towards the end, was just that like if you weren't playing the sort of almost like broken strategies, you weren't getting a chance at the higher levels, and even just below that. But still, at UA as well, all the Chaos characters, Peace Chaos characters, were all super interesting. Like UA as like a full heal and revive character, very interesting. So who do we get here?
I am the moon spirit.
So yep, UA. And again, she was very cool. Like I think she was used as well, like a reasonable amount on like water focused teams, in a variety of different ways. Like there was actually some cool stuff there because she had the ability to like boost the power of water characters as well as like the healing stuff. We'll get back to the Kyoshi content. I just want to kind of do all the kind of pull stuff here, kind of while we're here in a row, and just kind of highlight all of this rather than separating it completely. Okay, hidden library, that's Zhao's item. Spirit Oasis. One thing in the game that I was definitely waiting for was to see them introduce like a new wave of 3-star stuff. It felt like eventually we got to a point where it's like, why is there not 3-star stuff for this character, this type of character, and so on. So yeah, here's Moonslayer Zhao. Super cool. I just love the whole idea of he kills the moon spirit, so he gets more powerful when he defeats an enemy. And once you kill someone, he is invincible. You can't kill him while his like invincibility kind of time is up. Now it eventually wears off, of course, but you get such a bonus from doing that you're going to take someone else out, and I kind of like that kind of rolling, like you just get better over time. Kind of crazy in a way that they had Zhao become this like absolute powerhouse character. So yeah, that was that banner. Here was the first of these kind of, what do they call them, like event quest things, where they had the Ronin Zuko, the Traveler Iroh. And again, Ronin Zuko ended up being a bit of a menace because of the crazy speed stuff. Never particularly a unit I wanted to use, but still interesting enough. Here's the Tagaka banner. The last new banner to get introduced to the game, Long Feng. Weird situation with the game where like this is the last new character we got. And what's so unfortunate is that, like, he was meant to come with Dai Li, like standard Dai Li units, but because his abilities are based around, like, stuff like that. But it didn't happen. And I'm guessing this is one of the things where they didn't have the time, maybe, to finish up developing the standard Dai Li agents, and so the full event quest didn't come together. And then, yeah, this was the last piece, major kind of Peace Chaos major banner of the game. Obviously, like I said at the start, it was on the day they announced on the live stream what was actually happening with this banner, when these characters were coming, was the day 70 to 80% of the development team got laid off. And it basically delayed this release by like a week, if I remember correctly. But it was still huge because people had been waiting months for these characters. The second they were teased, it was very exciting. Now, it was obviously a tricky one because it's you saw how difficult it was to pull on a Peace Chaos banner when there's 2 characters. This is 3. So we'll do the pulls here as well while we're here. See what we get. And again, I had relatively good luck on this banner, and I got the 3 characters relatively easy. But I know a lot of people didn't. A lot of people had struggles with this banner because there was 3 key characters. And then some of the items as well. Like this became a bit of a broken item in the game. This was way too powerful in terms of just making Azula even more difficult to defeat. They definitely over pushed some characters towards the end of the game, I think. I would say one of the things with Azula is probably she doesn't get status conditions. Like you can't like put elemental effects on her and stuff like that. That just felt like a little bit like over the top. So there, I got the Imperial Soldier there. Skipped past it, but yeah. Imperial Soldier. Okay.
It's Princess Azula, or Highness, understand?
So, yeah, there is Azula. So, when we go into the characters after I'm done summoning, I'll go through a little bit more of how some of these kind of key characters actually work in terms of what their skills are. But definitely cool character. I think they did Azula justice in terms of a very hyped character. One of the more complicated characters in terms of how her moveset kind of works together. There's a lot going on with her, but very, very cool. And let's see, can we pull May and Azula? We just need to get rid of our relics. So we'll do this again. And yeah, triple threat. Not a triad. Circus line. Kyoshi statue. Okay, circus line again.
This is giving me strong hints that it's time for a career change.
Here's Ty Lee. And they did a great job with her animation. Question in the chat. Do you know why exactly my avatar generations won't load? I wonder, like, I don't know, like, are you playing it for, like, the first time? Well, it's shutting down in, what's it, 2.5 hours is when the game is shutting down. It says tomorrow, but like it's actually shutting down 2.5 hours. So if you are playing it for the first time, I know I have had problems occasionally with it. It kind of has errors loading. I'm guessing there's probably quite a few players playing it in this final couple of hours of the game. I'm not really sure what advice to give you to properly get the game going, other than to hopefully just kind of keep trying with it. I really don't have the kind of tech support here to offer you. Like, you see, even there, I got a connection error there. Started a few days ago. Every time you try to enter, it stops at 17.4. I'm not sure. I know some people had problems like that. I forget if there was a solution or not, or whatever was happening, but I'm not sure. Now, will we get May here?
Come on,
yes.
go. I can literally feel myself dying with the
So there, we got the triple threat here. All three members of Ozai's Angels. Very cool unit, May. It's kind of unfortunate that in a way all three characters came in at the same time, and the meta shifted in such a way where, like, I'm not sure May maybe got her chance to shine on her own when she would have. Oh, question in the chat. Why is it shutting down? I addressed it at the start of the stream, but I'll bring it up again here. This is why it's shutting down. It wasn't, as far as we're aware, because the game was not successful, wasn't making money. It was related to money, but it was the company that ultimately owned the development studio. They had a deal not go through, that they expected to go through, that was worth $2 billion. So they started to lay off staff from various different game studios that they owned. One of which is CDE Entertainment, which is Avatar Studios developer, and that's what happened. They were just, I suppose, in whatever way, desperate to make back money. So they laid off people from like thousands of jobs. Like, they laid off from multiple companies. Over the space of many months, and it was at a period where, like, lots of studios were laying people off as well, so that maybe adds to it. But as far as we're aware, the game is a victim of the Embracer Group going a bit overboard with how they do things, as far as we're aware. So there's that. So yeah, we got May. Okay, so that's that, and then that's just Blind Bandit Toph. So we have a lot of the characters at this point. So let's take a look. I think people wanted to focus a little bit on Azula. So how Azula worked in the game was this. So like I said before, she's immune to negative effects. So you can't just defeat her by like heavily weakening her by just putting like burn, earth debuffs on her. She just doesn't suffer from that stuff. Then she had this very interesting mechanic called charge, basically, where every attack you would do, you generate a certain amount of charge, and this would change what her abilities actually do. So notably it says here, the advanced skill becomes Azure Flame when 5 stacks of charge are present. Then we go to the actual attacks. So Brilliant Blaze deals blazing damage. It triggers this extra like ability, Prodigy of Pyre, when you attack, and you have 2 stacks of charge. And obviously because of the way this works, you gain 2 every time you attack. So you just do 1 attack, then you have this ready to go. So if you do this again, you get to do Prodigy of the Pyre. Then this, of course, Azure Flame, deals explosive damage. You inflict blue flame on everything. And you increase the rank of blue flames on the target by 1 if you have 3 stacks of charge. So there's a sort of sequence with Azula, which is probably like basic attack, then basic attack, but this time your basic attack gets you the special skill. Then you, at that point, you're at basically like what, 7 stacks or something like that. Then you use the advanced skill, but by the time you've done it there, the advanced skill has changed into this, which deals shockwave damage, and you trigger the hidden skill Lightning Strike. So you get to do lightning. And lightning is just like instant kill. You can see it there. Deals 100% of the target's max HP as damage, and you ignore defense and reduction. So Azula was always this massive threat when she was on the field, because if you let her attack multiple times, she just gets more and more powerful, and it becomes this kind of rolling sequence until she builds up to Lightning Strike, and you are going to lose a character, basically. So it was always a bit of a challenge facing off against an Azula. And then again, there's the extra skills as well. So like she would do turn bar stuff, extra stuff that would change normal fire into blue fire. And then this field felt super excessive. Gain Vanish for a turn when you take damage. And then you could add on all these relics that also make her kind of immune to a certain amount of damage. She was just very difficult to deal with because they gave her so much offense, but also they gave her a bunch of defensive options as well. So very, very powerful. In comparison, like I think even the Azula made the Zhao feel like relatively balanced, because with Zhao, he's a normal unit who attacks pretty well. But if you do get a kill, you're kind of rewarded for that kill. And, you know, you can kind of come back from it, but, you know, you can stop him before it happens. Whereas the Azula was always a little bit like, if you build in the right way, it's very difficult to deal with. And Zhao did have lifesteal, which kind of helped things. But still, very, very cool unit there. Some of the other interesting units, like Mei, for instance, was interesting. A lot of the meta stuff was about stance changes, and Mei was sort of like anti-stance change. And so she had abilities that like stopped that sort of stuff from happening, and she'd inflict bleed and stop healing on people. And not to mention she has, where am I going here? Skills that eventually do stuff like increasing defense and max HP of Team Azula members. They maybe pushed this a little bit too far. Like if you used Mei, Ty Lee, and Azula together, the combination of all these effects together were pretty devastating. Because like Ty Lee, I think especially, has quite a bit of stuff going on there. Yeah, turn bar of Azula allies. Yeah, turn bar stuff with Ty Lee, and then Echo, skill nullifier to Team Azula, increased damage of Team Azula. Like, a lot of stuff was happening here. But yeah, let's level up some of these characters here. So, I want to use Kelsong for sure.
Let's make a fruit pie. This time for eating, not throwing.
I like that. I think that might be the first time I've heard that line of dialogue, actually. But that's pretty good. So yeah, we'll just upgrade him here. And you'll see just like how... Like I have all these materials from the end of the game. It does start to add up once you get to the higher levels. That's the thing here. Ascending. But definitely actually playing the game without all this stuff when you're given all the rewards, it's a bit of a challenge. Definitely a huge challenge. Makes it easy now to do all this stuff, but it was a problem before. Like you see, it starts to get up quite high, like 4,000 here just to get up to level kind of 50. $8,000 to get up to level 60. And then, right now, I can't enlighten him. Because there's no way to get, as far as I'm aware, 10 of these. Technically, I could buy 9 from the shop, but I'd have to get lucky and get the last one from a boss battle, and the chances of that are very low. So I can't actually level the characters up to level 70. I would have had to have planned in advance. But still, the characters at level 60 are still pretty good. We can upgrade his skill level with skill coins here. So you can see all that. I think the shops are closed. The shops, there was an error with the game. They actually fixed this error. It's like the last bug fix of the game. The shops were down for a while, but they are back up ultimately here. So they're all still available again. Before, it did seem like, oh, are they closing down everything except the event stuff here, which gives you access to a lot of stuff very easily. But yeah, Kelsong, so we've maxed him up to skill level. What Kelsong does, for anyone wondering, very cool unit. So his passive, Enlightened Embrace. So he increases attack and crit rate of each ally by 2%. He increases the defense of the caster by 5% for 1 turn when any ally is attacked while in Guardian stance. So minor buffs when his advanced skill goes off. The advanced skill itself is this. So Living Typhoon, his name, moniker, whatever we want to say. So you create a giant typhoon of air that surrounds the team. You remove negative effects from all your allies. You enter Guardian stance, and then you get access to this very powerful attack called Gale Force. And in Guardian stance itself, reduces damage, reduces critical hits. You can't really take debuffs and stuff like that. It's a really strong defensive tool for the entire team. His main attack is cool because it relates to storm stuff as well. You deal storm damage, which is air and water. So he actually can inflict water debuffs even though he is an airbender because he's known as the Living Typhoon. Not because he's bending water, it's just he is very powerful during storms and the kind of weather, the rain has an effect in there as well. And you can knock down people with this as well. And then Gale Force, very, very powerful. You deal vital damage based on their health. There's a massive cooldown on this afterwards. But you also disable your opponent's advanced skill. So he actually does quite a lot, not to mention the extra skills that he has here, which does some stuff for Team Kyoshi as well. So there is that. So yeah, we'll put him together. We'll do... what am I doing here? So yeah, I'll give him the Ostrich Horse. We'll upgrade the Ostrich Horse. We'll come back and maybe upgrade that a little bit more later on. Relic. Now this is obviously the strategy choice here. It's like, what relic do you go for? This is his 5-star relic. You deal additional penetrating damage that ignores 25% of the target's defense. Pretty nice. You can give him the Inheritance to increase defense, which actually could work pretty well on Kelsong because no, it's when the opponent uses a multi-hit attack, so it's not super great. You can give him Shrine of Gyatso. There's options here. The Air Nomad Glider is a nice one for kind of speed stuff. I think I typically gave him the Spirit Shrine, just because I like the idea of giving extra defense stuff. But I think there was probably better options. Like, you could go full defense and give him the Kyoshi relic. But I'll just go with what I typically did. So you can see here, this bumps it up to 50% chance now to grant increased defense and stuff like that. So that's that. Did I not actually equip that? Okay, equip. And then I'm not going to go too crazy here thinking about arts, but if I remember correctly, I typically went pretty high defense and some health, trying to get as much speed as possible, sort of like in addition to that. Because it was important that you got your, with Kelsong, it's important that you actually had enough speed to get the Typhoon up, the Guardian stance up before he gets taken out. But you know, we don't really need to focus too much on that stuff because we're going to be powerful enough to do a lot of this stuff. Anyway, I'll level up Rongi, who, again, I never really got a chance to use because there was just, in a way, so much stuff coming. I never had the spare skill coins. But we'll level her up here. We'll take a quick... I think we looked at her moveset here. Yeah, it's very firebending focused. She's a real kind of damage dealer character. Very cool. And we'll just level her up. And I think next we might take a look at Talaric Tug. What's the time? Getting towards 11, so there's still time left in the game. We were going to have to do stuff like this anyway, I think, when we finish the story content, but I might as well do it now. And then, yeah, I'm basically out of training scrolls. It's very costly to upgrade this stuff. Now, thankfully, they've taken off a lot of the limiters off, so we can just go training scroll. We can just do skip tickets. Oops, too much. Okay, still too much. Okay. Skip tickets, like if you had a good amount of them, were such an important thing to have in this game. So you didn't have to constantly do the same battles like over and over again just to get the materials that you kind of really needed. So yeah, we'll level up Rongi. And then we can't do the final level up. With Rongi, we'll give Momo to Rongi. And then Rongi Relic. Shackled Hope. I don't think that's what we really need. Sunstone. Perhaps. Inheritance for Rongi. Probably not. That's okay. Probably more for a fire team. Shackled Hope. Fire Paper Dragon. Focus. Dragon's Teapot. There's probably better relics to use here. I'll just put the Shackled Hope on Rongi for now. And upgrade it. And then, yeah, Talaric Tug. So, new character. So I'll just put the skill coins on him. So yeah, Talaric Tug is very interesting. So his passive is he removes all water elements that he's has on himself. And you have a 35% chance to inflict water element on attacking enemies when you receive a critical hit. You have 35% to attack the enemy that just attacked you if you're in basically your advanced skill, which is glacial cover. So this is you reduce elemental debuffs on yourself. You gain increased crit chance for a turn, and you enter covering stance, which is crit damage and max HP go up. You take reduced damage, and your attacks basically spread effectively, because I think it says it here. Yeah, you deal resilient damage, water bending damage to all enemy if the stance is active. So the thing with him was that you always wanted to do this, because you do gain the extra turn for using this, and then once you could keep the glacial cover up, he is spreading water debuffs to the enemy like a lot. And he's pretty good, he's pretty bulky, defensive, and once you start to get all those debuffs going, like he does start to hit pretty hard, and when you get enough water debuffs, you can potentially freeze the opponent, and then especially his skill stuff here. Yeah, permanently increase defense when you're healed, heal when entering covering stance, so you can see those two work together, and then 25% chance to enter covering stance for 2 turns when you receive a critical hit. That was also quite an important one to have. At least level 3 felt like quite important, but in general he is, I think, a very good unit overall. Definitely one I went for quite a lot. So yeah, we'll just give him an Ocean Spirit here. It has some defense on it. It's more of an offensive one, but still pretty good. I didn't actually equip that. And then with him, you have a variety of options. I usually just go with Call for Freedom on Talaric Tug. It's really good with him because it permanently reduced the advanced skill cooldown of the caster by 1. So that's glacial cover, which you need to make him work properly. So that cooldown effect was always very good. And then increased turn bar by 10% when the caster is part of a combo. Once per turn, first 3 turns of battle. Just an extra nice little bonus to, especially if your Talaric Tug doesn't have a lot of speed, to get him into battle a little bit quicker. But probably the better option for a defensive unit probably is the Statue of Kyoshi, to just heal damage taken. It's up to you which is better, obviously. But that's that, and I once again didn't equip it. And again with him, you want to go pretty much super heavy defense, maybe a little bit of HP. Again, try and get as much speed on as possible. So yeah, I'll just level him up. I'm thinking my Kyoshi team I'm going to go for is probably like Talaric Tug in the top, Kelsong in the healing slot, Rongi as the attacker, and then one of the Kyoshis in the other slot. I think that's my kind of plan for the team here, if it lets me do that. If not, we can bring Yoon in, and we can go like full kind of team avatar. I really wish they would reconsider getting rid of this game. It's just an unfortunate thing where the decision has already been made. I don't think there's any chance to save it now with what's happened. It is unfortunate that like it's just completely out of the hands of the developers and pretty much anyone involved in it. It's kind of crazy what happened. So there's that, and then Kyoshi. I didn't actually pull the other Kyoshi. I think I prefer to use the other Kyoshi. I actually like Young Kyoshi. Young Kyoshi is a really cool kind of AoE character who can inflict bleed, so stops healing as well. But I think I would actually prefer to get Avatar Kyoshi, who I don't think I pulled. And then once I get her in play and level her up, I'll go back to the story content. Go gorilla. Inheritance again.
I am Kyoshi, your avatar.
There we go, Kyoshi. And then we got Pung Pung. Peng Peng, whatever you want to pronounce it. So yeah, Avatar Kyoshi. I always found, especially early Kyoshi kind of meta, menace of a character, absolute menace of a character.
Just a simple
Because I didn't have her for ages, and that was a big frustration for me. Because the way she works is she has the passive vengeance state. So anyone except Kyoshi who gets attacked, Kyoshi enters the vengeance state, and so increases damage dealt by 50% with a 35% chance to counterattack. And they had to constantly nerf how often Kyoshi counterattacked, because initially this felt like it was 100%. You would just, if you didn't immediately target down Kyoshi and you had to attack other characters, Kyoshi was just attacking every turn, like multiple times a turn. It was crazy. Eventually they got her to a point where I think she was balanced but still good, so that's pretty good. And yeah, Fracture deals force damage, and then she kind of a little bit like Azula has the whole thing of she does a basic attack, but then you can trigger a special attack. So Kyoshi would counterattack and then often trigger her hidden skill, so she'd be delivering like 2 attacks to you. So in this case, force, and then you trigger Aftershock, which is quite powerful. And then it's the same with her advanced skills. This is really powerful. Dust Up, and then that triggers Overwhelming Wind. And again, she's getting rid of buffs and so on. And then she's increasing crit damage, removes elemental effects from allies, increase the damage of the caster and ally when entering Vengeance state. And there's the obvious combo, I believe, of this Kyoshi with Rongi. They kind of like boost each other, because like Rongi has some sort of a thing when she gets an attack increase, she gets a secondary attack increase, and this kind of makes that happen. So yeah, we'll get that. We'll equip Kyoshi with the Badger Mole. Or... yeah, I'll go with the Badger Mole. And then Kyoshi Relic. So we have tributes to the Avatar. Turn bar, 15% every gain invincibility. That's pretty good. Kyoshi with the Inheritance. That's pretty good. Mural of the 5. King's Key. Statue of Kyoshi is obviously very good on Kyoshi herself. I'll actually just go with this, just for the lols.
More tea, please.
And we'll just level her up, and then we'll finally get back to the content. Yeah, and what's interesting about Kyoshi is that in the files of the game, there was plans for another Kyoshi character called Avatar Unleashed Kyoshi. And I'm guessing that was meant to be Avatar State Kyoshi. So that I think would have been very, very cool. I'm guessing they would have went crazy with that in terms of like all out with all the elements, and I'm guessing there would have been some very, very cool stuff going on there. With Avatar Unleashed Kyoshi. Otherwise, like again, Heiron had files in the game. I'm not sure how much of that was like for sure that she was a character, or if it's just that like she is a character in the game and she didn't actually have a unit. There was meant to be another Jonju, I think it was Betrayer Jonju, so there's going to be another one of him. Yeah, we missed an opportunity. I'm assuming they would have had like a corrupted Yoon combined with Glowworm and stuff like that. Okay. That out of the way. Let's go back to... Oh, wrong pathway. Timelines. Kyoshi. Okay, we're in Yokoya. Team size of 1. Upgrade. What's going on here? I must be over the limit on something. Okay, I think I know what the problem is here. This is this weird thing, at least for me, this always happens. It's like you sometimes get times when you just can't do anything. And I always found that I had to kind of restart the game to fix this. And it immediately fixed the problem was to just like completely stop the game. So I will close, I think I have to close this because otherwise we can't progress. Perfect reaction actually that was on the screen behind it. So yeah, that, and then we'll go Shrek. Now let's see will this load, if there's loading problems, and then let me just readjust this. Okay, load straight up for me. And then we're going here. Here. Kyoshi timeline. Yokoya. Battle. I should be... Yeah, it has the tick next to this Kyoshi, so I should be able to do this. And then, yeah, you can see right there. Right there. And that's the situation. So, yeah, we want Rongi in the back. And for this case, yeah, it's not going to be a tough battle, really. You will need to give this your all because I won't be holding back.
Kyoshi.
The pronunciation there was interesting. Kyoshi. Come on, you can do this. You got me on your team, remember?
All right.
All right, let's begin.
Stop.
And then, yeah, we'll start off with the Rongi basic.
I've been given the greatest gift in existence. I will not squander it.
People say I have a Kuruk smile, which I guess makes sense.
I am Kyoshi, your avatar. Stop.
We'll do a combo here.
The Avatar!
Shoot, I can't believe I let my guard down like that.
Good.
Well done, I knew you could do it.
What?
Can't believe I beat the Avatar.
Behave. I will not hesitate in the future.
Auntie Mui, there you are. My sincere apologies, Avatar. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just need to talk to Kyoshi for a moment. That's quite alright. I'm sure anything you need to say to her would be appropriate to say in my presence. Oh, well, of course, Avatar. I need you to pick up some ingredients from around Yokoya. Here, I wrote them down since you will... I mean, in case you forget. Yes, ma'am. Good, I have to get back to the kitchen before Lee causes another fire. Ha ha ha. Well, I better get going. Auntie Mui hates it when I'm late. Then we should probably leave now. Oh no, you don't. You need to stay here at the estate and... Yes, I know, but can we not do this again? Listen, if you try to keep me here, then I will just... I'll just slip out anyways, and then I'll be wandering dangerously outdoors without my bodyguard. Fine, but I'll have my eye on you. Don't worry, I'll be on my best behavior. Here we go, I guess. And so yeah, this is the side story here in Yokoya with the characters, is that you do get to see the Yokoya trio together, which is something in the book you wish there was a little bit more time for. That you're introduced to them as being like a relatively close trio of friends, but you don't really get too much time to see the three of them together because the action jumps into play kind of immediately. So let's see a day in the life of Kyoshi. Prepare to be disappointed. It's pretty unremarkable compared to yours. Just focus on not tripping on the path down to the village. And so yeah, we're heading down this way. And this was always a fun little tip. I'll say it again in a minute when we get through this. Which way do we need to go to get these ingredients? Actually, either way is fine. We could pick up some elephant koi at the port, or follow the river down for the other two ingredients. Let's head to the port first. If we hurry, we could grab a higher quality cut before they're all gone. But then we would have to carry around a smelly hunk of fish for the rest of this task. Come on, let's explore the river bend first. Well, good thing this is Kyoshi's decision and not yours. Yeah, here. One of the things that you need to do the mastery levels on your characters is walk X many paths on your characters. And when you're decent amount of time into the game, every path takes like 5 minutes to walk. But when you go through content for the first time, they give you the kind of quick travel. And so if you do happen to get a new character like early in an update, there was always this thing you could do, which was to just early on put them on the adventure path and just kind of have them go back and forth like this. And then you could get your 50, 60, 70, however many paths you needed to walk to get level 1, 2, 3 mastery done immediately. Because it all kind of stacked together. Fisherman, please, I can't afford to give you any more discounts. Okay, so here's the introduction to the Fifth Nation. Highlighting that Talariktu gets a bit of a story prior to the iceberg section. Discount. Like this fish is worth any more than what I'm offering. Now take the deal, I ain't asking. This looks like trouble. Yoon. No, wait, Yoon. Sorry, but this deal doesn't seem very fair to me. Oh yeah, and how would a brat like you know? Wait, don't say it. Because I'm Avatar Yoon. No. The Avatar, let's see you prove it. So, yeah, we'll go that. Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, this is our battle against Fifth Nation pirates. So we get the Firebender pirate, as everyone calls him, the Firate. And then we get our non-bender kind of sword pirate as well. Cool designs. I definitely like that. Highlighting that the Fifth Nation, again, isn't just Water Tribe people. There are like Firebender pirates and stuff like that as well included. What are you doing? My duty. ... Fine.
Well, what do we have here?
The Fire Pirate's actually a really cool unit.
Not bad.
One of the last things I did before the game got cancelled was actually build a little bit of a team kind of based around him, because he gets his crit rate like really high with his stuff, and so you can actually build him in a quite interesting way, and there's certain relics that boost that as well. So yeah, we'll just go all out action, take him out, and then Yoon is very cool because the way his skills work is, of course, the main combo is advanced skill has a chance for an extra turn. So you can oftentimes do advanced and then immediately do your basic attack. And the basic attack benefits if you have debuffs on. So this one actually puts earthbending damage, so it puts earth debuffs on the opponent, and then you get the benefit here.
I don't envy you.
So you can see here, this will inflict earth debuffs, and then we get the extra turn here.
Who smile?
And then we can just do the combo stuff to finish it off. Well, I wasn't expecting to be teaching so many lessons today. Maybe I should become a Sifu.
You won't get another chance, so be smart.
Okay. Avatar, about time you showed up. So what's your plan for dealing with all these scoundrels? Kyoshi and Rangi awkwardly wait off to the side as Yoon is showered in praise and requests for help. Phew, I wasn't expecting so much excitement from the locals. One guy even started foaming from the mouth. So that's obviously funny because Foamy Mouth guy appears in Kyoshi Island. And so it's just historically, the people here, when they get overexcited, this starts to happen. So are you done? I'd rather not be late. Yes and no. Turns out this wasn't an isolated incident. The people are constantly being forced into terrible trades under threat of violence, and these thugs aren't the only ones doing this. We should inform Janju, have him hire more security for the village. The villagers here are too proud to accept outside help. That may be true, but they seemed eager to accept my help. Don't tell me you already agreed to help. You wouldn't make me break my promise to so many people, would you? I'd appreciate it if you would stop using my sense of honor against me. I will when it stops working. You coming too, Kyoshi? Auntie Mui is going to be so mad. Fine, but only because you roped Rangi into this mess. Good enough, let's investigate. So yeah, timed one here. How long is this going to take? Yeah, 6 seconds because we're going through it for the first time. Dao Fei, more like pirates. Seaborn Dao Fei are still Dao Fei, criminals and scum of the lowest order. So this is interesting because you get this the context about Dao Fei through the narration of the book, which you don't really have here. So this story actually explaining to you to a certain degree what Dao Fei are is kind of interesting. I see your point. The leader is probably that tough-looking tattooed guy that the people keep mentioning. We'll need to go to the port center he tends to frequent. Wait, no. I can't let you endanger yourself either, Kyoshi. You aren't ready yet. Maybe Rangi is right, Kyoshi. You should. Stop telling me what I should do. We've already beaten them once, we can do it again. Rangi's like, Kyoshi? Kyoshi, this is a side of you I haven't seen before. Also, if we leave now, word might spread about the Avatar asking around, and they'll have time to cover their trail. Oh, fine, but if I call for a retreat, we all retreat? Understood. Fine by me, we won't be the ones running. And we just go here. To the port. The Kyoshi crew quietly makes their way to the center of the port where a crowd is starting to form. Fishermen. And we've had enough of you outsiders telling us how to sell our wares. Your days are numbered. The Avatar himself is on his way to bring you scoundrels to justice. ... Talaric Tug is here. Are you done? Yes, sir. Here's some advice. Don't approach a polar leopard armed only with a story. How do you plan to fight me without your Avatar? That's some good advice, but it really doesn't apply to the current situation. For these people do have their weapon, and I am here to bring you to justice. I didn't realize all of this whining could be heard from your cozy Avatar estate. I am Talaric Tug, leader of this group of traitors, and it would be our honor to defeat the Avatar. Okay, so do battle, just Kyoshi era characters. So, can I finally put my team together here? And I guess Yoon. Or wait, actually, I should probably do it this way. Not that it matters too much. It probably specifies anyway what I have to use. Okay, so yeah, we get to do this. Yeah, that's fine. Enough talk.
Well, what
Okay.
do we have?
Speed boost.
Not bad.
Sword strike. Do we get the extra turn? No. And so yeah, we get to use Kelsong here. So I'm gonna combo. I'll use the advanced skill here, Living Typhoon, and you can see really cool here. We set up the debuff. Kyoshi does the combo,
I will do what is necessary.
and you can see Guardian Stance is active now, which is good. And then we'll get Kyoshi going.
No mercy. I've beaten greater than you.
And there's the secondary skill. Talaric Tug, I'm done with appetizers. I hope the main course is more substantial. Focus up. Face those cowards. And so we're going to face off against Tally. A polar leopard wears down his prey before striking. A polar leopard can wait for the moon every night but can never strike it down.
We're just fighting for what's ours. Oh yeah?
That was unwise. Stop.
Okay, I'm going to
Over here.
try and take Talaric Tug out quickly.
Oh yeah?
Okay, the Hailstorm Hook shouldn't do too much.
Can't I appear human for a moment? Or do the spirits forbid it?
Yeah, I'll just do combo.
Time to finish this! No! I truly don't wish to do this.
I will do what is necessary.
Back off! Or else.
Stop.
Okay.
Oh yeah?
That was unwise.
Can't I appear human for a moment? Or do the spirits forbid it?
Back off! Or else.
Erg. Retreat. Scatter. Praise the Avatar. Please have this slice of elephant koi fillet as thanks. Or is it filet? I graciously accept, and you no longer have to live in fear of those pirates. I doubt they'll return. I doubt they'll stay away, but if you have to come back, I'll always give you more fish.
You won't get another chance, so be smart.
So, yeah, that's fine. And then you can see here, we got the elephant koi here. A modest slice of prime elephant koi meat, fresh from the sea. And of course, like, elephant koi are huge. They're pretty big, as we saw in Avatar. Okay, so we have that, and then this is a repeatable battle, so we don't actually have to do that again, because if we go up here, what we need here is, yeah, okay, so we have one of the items, so we can go back now. So we can do this here. And you see here, Kyoshi delivers the elephant koi fillet to Auntie Mui, who is pleased with its quality. The fillet is poached and in seasoned water, then topped with Fire Nation spices. Elephant koi shui zu yu, Heiran's favorite dish. So that's a nice little fact there, that you get this, you get Jeonju's favorite dish, and you also get Kelsong's favorite dish, depending on the 3 ingredients. So, pretty cool stuff. I don't actually know what this actual thing is. I assume this is like the fish, obviously real fish, but I assume this is something that's meant to be real. Okay, so there's that, and then we can go here. We go this way to the river bend. It's really nice out here. Shall we continue down to the river's end? No detours. It's this way to the local farms. Actually, we'll eventually need to go both ways for the other 2 ingredients. Wild crab urchins can be found at the end of the river, and I usually get dried soybeans at one of the farmhouses. So which way first? Just go down here first. After arriving at the river's end, Kyoshi instructs Yoon and Rangi on how to catch a wild crab urchin. You guys hear that? Sounds like a child crying. How did a kid manage to get onto that tiny island? That's not a proper island. They must have gotten stranded out here because of the high tide. Child, help. I'm stuck. Please help. Stay there, don't worry. We're coming to save you. Kyoshi, I need you to make an earth bridge for the child to cross. I can't. Are you crazy? You need to do it. I could easily mess this up. And I'm being serious. I know you're afraid, but you need to stop letting your fear limit you. Back in Makapu village. So you learned this earlier in the book about Yoon, but you learn it in this little side story here in the game. I learned that earthbending is a tool for survival. Fearing to take action, fear of failing, weakens your resolve. Of course. And yeah, makes sense. Is now really the time for lessons? That child needs our help. I'm helping, but I'm also helping Kyoshi, so help me help them. I'm scared. Stay calm, I'm the Avatar, everything's going to be okay. Alright, I'll do it. Just keep reassuring the kid. Rangi, I need some light to better see the earth under the tide. Of course, I also believe in you. Thank you. Okay, so we just do this. Timed start. With encouragement from Rangi and Yoon, Kyoshi bends the earth beneath the water into a crossing. And then, yeah, we got it here. Wonderful. With the crossing in place, the child nervously steps across. Keep going, you're almost here, just be brave. The moment the little girl's foot steps onto the mainland, she rushes over to Yoon and hugs his leg. Thank you for saving me, Mr. Avatar. Oh, you're welcome. Can I go home now? Just stay in the paths, okay? Listen, I didn't mean to take credit. It just sort of happened. It's fine. I don't mind. The kid is safe, and that's what matters. Exactly. Fine. At least they have a story now. So, we have a bridge now, and I'm pretty sure that island will have more crab urchins. Let's go. And then, yeah, we'll just go down here. Get the next one. After exploring the small island, the group discovers a small cave filled with wild crab urchins. And we just do this. 6 seconds. Kyoshi leads the others in catching wild crab urchins. And then here you go, crab urchin. A spiky-shelled sea crustacean collected from a small cave on a small island along the shore of Yokoya. And then if you do it after this, it takes 12 hours. Obviously, so that's just if you want to repeat this to resource farm here. But we don't need to do that. So we'll just head up this way now. Oh, I just remembered. For this next part, you two should hold back. This farmer can be difficult, but his dried soybeans are the best. Are you sure? Old people love me. My mother would disagree. Point taken. Good day, I'm here to pick up some dried soybeans for the Avatar estate. Bah, I don't got enough prepared for the village, let alone your spoiled Avatar. Shove off. Wait, did something happen to your stock of soybean pods? Nah, if you haven't noticed, Yokoya has been getting more crowded, so more demand. I can't process enough for everyone. Why not hire more workers if you can't keep up? Oh, so you think I'm too old and feeble to run my own farm my way? You disrespectful little spark. So that's an interesting kind of like thing to refer to a firebender as. A spark. No, listen, No, you listen. My modest farmhouse ain't big enough to process all the soybeans for the villagers and your fancy estate, folks. The people always come first, not your worthless Avatar pup. Okay, we're leaving. What if you had more room to process your soybean pods? Would you be able to make enough for everyone? You don't get involved. Yeah, I could do it easily, but there's nowhere to build another farmhouse without sacrificing my crop fields. Also, your fancy earthbending will disrupt the soil, so it's as useless as you are. Avatar pup. Just watch, old man. And so this is the whole idea of Yoon's delicate earthbending can actually do this. Yoon begins to perform an incredibly potent display of earthbending to carve away the base of a nearby mountain. Okay. A small cave has been carved out of the mountain by Yoon to be used as a cool and spacious storehouse. So what do you think? This will do. But if you want those dried soybeans, then you're going to have to earn it like a non-bender. I'll show you how to harvest, process, and store batches of the soybeans. After that, I'll reward you for the honest work. Alright, but first there's a debt that needs to be settled for the creation of your new storehouse. What do you want? I want you to apologize to my friends. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. My apologies, Kyoshi. I know you're a hard worker with a good heart. As for you, I know nothing about you, but you're right. I could use some help. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, can we begin now? Told ya, old people love me. Shh. Okay, so I will do this with the other ingredient, the crab urchin, first. So, Kyoshi delivers the wild crab urchins to Auntie Mui, who's impressed with the amount. The crab urchins are prepared and stir-fried with cooking oil imported from the upper ring of Ba Sing Se. Crab urchin stir-fry, Jeonju's favorite dish. So, nice little detail there. And then we'll get the other one over here. Here. Resource. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Gotta do this. Soybean pods. Then we do that here. Haul away some raw harvested goods into preservation containers in the shade. You get a modest supply of dried soybeans, which are right here. And that's that. And then we do here. So, grateful for the ingredients. Kyoshi always volunteers to cook this dish. A rich and creamy tofu curry with minimal spices served on a warm bed of rice. Kelsong's favorite dish. So, nice little detail for Kelsong. And that is that. Objective's complete. And now it's just, you can redo these for rewards. That's it. So we finished all the new content in Yokoya. So we can go here. Oh yeah, I need to disband the team, don't I? So yeah, we are now heading for the Polar Refuge. So pretty nice here. Piratey. And then we will assign team size of 1, so it has to just be Kyoshi. And so this will bring us back to the main content. Right at the bottom, of course. Save team. So, yeah. Let's start. Bison background. Kyoshi, why are we up here and not down in the boat? I told Sifu I needed time to myself. To go over the plan? Sure. Your master has good reasons for his reluctance. At one point, it was somewhat of a tradition for the Avatar to travel with their friends without the supervision of elders. But Heiran, Janju, and I, the three of us weren't the positive influences on Karuk that we were supposed to be. So this is this really, really interesting kind of thing of like, if you know the Shadow of Kyoshi kind of backstory for Karuk, it's like they blame themselves to a certain degree for maybe not being more involved to help Karuk with the actual true nature of the challenges that he actually faced. And there's some like interesting stuff going on here. Janju views that period of our youth as a great personal failing of his. Sounds like a failing of Karuk's instead. And so this is Kyoshi developing her dislike of Karuk based on what she hears about him. Don't criticize Yoon's past life, because of course Rangi is actually like really reverent to the Avatar and the very concept of it, every aspect of the traditions. The Avatars tread paths of great destiny. Every action they take is meaningful. There's Janju's boat. The others should be close to the landing site soon. Okay, there's the boats. The world of the Avatar seems dangerous. Indeed. Everyone's important and powerful, and I'm just me. There's Heiran in battle armor. And Janju with an escort of elite guards. Who's that? Who is that? It's Sifu Amak. He's my favorite teacher other than Sifu Janju. The waterbending master? Why is he dressed in Earth Kingdom colors? It's all part of his disguise. He's putting something in his eyes. Concentrated spider snake extract to change his eye color. It's a secret formula and hideously expensive. So these little bits of lore, like stuff like this being dropped in the novel, is just such a cool thing. And then that's actually a relic item that you can use. And it's a kind of cool one because it it makes it so that the usual balance of like, what is it, attack characters are kind of weak against defense characters. It means that it makes it neutral. It kind of like neutralizes everything, so those don't matter as much. The advantage system kind of is neutralized. Amok, other than Tagaka herself, there are to be no waterbenders from either side at this negotiation. So, shh. And yeah, we just head up here. Tagaka's Rest. She approaches. Here she is. I didn't realize we were supposed to be bringing so much muscle. That girl is a walking crow's nest, referring to Kyoshi because she's really tall. And there it is again. Ulp. Where are my manners? It's my honor to meet the Avatar in the flesh. Tagaka, Marquess of the Eastern Sea, congratulations on your victory over the remnants of the Fade Red Devils. Interesting stuff. Yachi Hong and his crew were a bunch of sadistic murderers. You did the world a great service by wiping them out. Ha! This one studies like Yang Chen and flatters like Karuk. I look forward to our battle of wits tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to sleep here, vulnerable throughout the night. Love the design here, inside the tent. Later, tell me, Avatar, are you enjoying yourself? I've been to many places around the world, and your hospitality has been unmatched. I'm so glad. I was convinced you were planning to kill me before the night was through. Ulp! If this is about the size of my honor guard, I assure you I meant no harm or insult. I'm not concerned about a bunch of flunkies with spears, boy. I'm talking about those three. And this is a huge moment. Like, this is a great moment in the book, and it's done just as well, I think, here. The idea of these are legends here, but they also have these kind of grisly, in a way, negative reputations in the world. The Dao Fei, effectively, of the world view these as kind of monsters to a certain degree, of like the things that they will do to take us out type thing. And then here we go. These are the three being referred to. Jeonju, Kelsong, and Heiran. So that's the thing here. We don't know the full thing about these. Like, these are Karuk's Team Avatar. Surely they're not bad. What's going on here? I know what it means when the Gravedigger of Zulu Pass darkens my tent in person. So just that idea that, like, Jeonju has the nickname Gravedigger, and then, like, the specific event at this pass. Interesting. 5,000 Yellownecks buried alive, the rest terrorized into submission, the entire uprising crushed by one man, your esteemed mentor. So just the concept there that he's powerful enough to have basically killed by burying alive 5,000 people, even if they were, brutal Dao Fei. Do their spirits haunt you when you sleep, or did you plant them deep enough that the earth muffles their screams? Respectfully, I gained my position through knowing facts beyond what you think a typical blue-eyed southern rustic should know. I know who holds the Royal Academy record for the most accidental kills during Agni Kai's, Madam Headmistress. And so there's a lot in that kind of accidental. And given a specific line of dialogue that, like, Heiran used before, the idea of, like, oh, we used to maim our students if they made mistakes, it's kind of like she's from a bit of a slightly older generation and has that kind of view on things. And so, were they accidental? It's kind of like, And Master Kelsong, this is the big one here. Listen, young Avatar, have you ever wondered why my fleet stay cooped up in the Eastern Sea? It's solely because of that man, right there. My father used to call him the living typhoon. I should thank you, Master Kelsang. I lost several uncles on that expedition. You saved me from a gruesome succession battle. The most effective threat is only performed once. Yoon says, "You have nothing to fear from my masters, and if we're giving credence to gruesome reputations, I believe I would have equal cause for concern." "You absolutely do. You know, it's bad luck to undertake an important ceremony with blood on your spirit. I purified myself of my past crimes with sweat and ice before you arrived. But with the stain of so much death still hanging over your side, I suddenly feel the need to do it again before tomorrow morning. You may stay here as long as you like." And then Yoon to Jeonju is like, "You buried 5,000 people alive. Everyone out, I need to talk to the Avatar alone." So big stuff. 2 hours late. Well, given what's going on with the game, like, the game is going to be up for an hour 19 minutes longer. If I had started 2 hours later, we'd be nowhere. We'd be nowhere. We wouldn't have enough time to get through anything. Just because of how close we are to the end of the game. We should have gotten a Karuk novel instead of Roku. There's time. There's time to do that eventually. But I think at this point, because we got the core of Karuk's backstory in the Kyoshi novels, Roku's the character who needs it more. That's the simple fact of it, is that we need the magic novel developments to work on Roku to make him more interesting, and they've already kind of done that already with Karuk. I want more Karuk, but I think it's more important for Roku to get it first, I think. So yeah, Kelsang, after Karuk died, I thought my failure to set him on the right path was my last and greatest mistake. It turned out I wasn't finished disgracing myself. I violated my beliefs as an airbender. I let my teachers down. I let my entire people down. You've never let me down. Never. Crash. Are they all right? And there's a lot of interesting stuff in the novels just about, like, airbender culture. Like, in the Yang Chen novels, Yang Chen getting banished. The idea that Kelsang by his people is viewed as basically disgraced because he killed people, despite otherwise being this amazing person, this legendary airbending master. And is that fair, really, that he just is tarnished because of, like, one action that, as Tagaka mentioned, helped keep peace in a certain section of the world? It's an interesting kind of discussion. But the whole idea is, in a way, the Karuk's team had to become these kind of darker versions of themselves, because without an avatar, they weren't able to get that almost sort of immediate respect that is given to the avatar. Without the avatar, they're just the avatar's team, and there's only so much they can do, as incredible as they are, and that's why things went that way. And that's so interesting about just the core reputation of the avatar. Let's see. Are you near the end of the game? Specifically, I'm only doing the Kyoshi update here just because I think it's the best kind of content in the game. This is past the halfway part of the Kyoshi update. Like, we're doing the main content of the second part of it, but it'd take a while to get through the rest of the content, as you'll probably see. But yeah, there is only just over an hour left of the game. So it shuts down, not at the end of this hour, end of next hour is when the game shuts off. Server's gone, and it's pretty much gone for good. Where is my tent again? Oh no, I'm too close to the pirate camp. I hope they don't. And then this is great. Say, Didn't I see you at the Flying Opera Company? He's really drunk. Got any ink on your body that you want to show me? And it's like, wait. What? What's going on here? Like, this is so interesting about like what's going on here in this scene, because it's such fascinating storytelling, because it's not explained to you like immediately what the kind of situation is here. That's kind of what's so fascinating about this. Obviously, if you go on to read it, you know what is being referred to here, that he thought Kyoshi was her mother, because her mother has tattoos. But the idea is like that Kyoshi sort of gets it, because she does know her history, and it's so interesting. But anyway, we'll do this battle here. And this is an interesting one here. Like this is just like an incidental moment, but they obviously in the game use any opportunity to give an extra fight. You are mistaken. Do you hear me? You are mistaken, and you have never seen me or anyone else who looks like me before. Tell me so, or I'll break you. You crazy piece of I'll kill. Ah, that's not what I asked you. And this in the book is like one of the first times, if not the first time, that you see Kyoshi be like truly like forceful. Like she becomes almost a different character in this scene because she doesn't want to talk about her past. Kyoshi pours the pirate's drinking gourd in the snow.
You won't get another chance, so be smart.
Nice pirate music. I made a mistake. I was wrong. I've heard of Tagaka's disciplinary methods, and I don't think she'd approve of drinking on guard duty. Now, where was my tent again? The Avatar and Master Janju are reviewing strategy. Master Amok only ever sleeps in 10-minute intervals throughout the day, so he and the most experienced guardsmen will keep watch. I don't think they did anything wrong. I heard from Auntie Mui about what Zhu and the Yellownecks did. If half of it is true, then Janju went too easy on them. Kyoshi, and your mother. Accidents are accidents. I'm sure she never meant to harm anyone. Kyoshi, one of those opponents was her cousin, a rival candidate for headmistress. Not a pirate or an outlaw. Her cousin. The school cleared her honor, but the rumors followed me for years. That my mother was an assassin. I'm sorry, Rangi, just sleep. My arm is falling asleep under her head, but I don't want to wake her. Things are tense this morning, but I don't see any outward sign of it. I don't understand how everyone can wound each other and then forgive each other so quickly. Wrongs mean something, even if they are inflicted by family... ... Especially if it was family. Kelsang has to be wrong. I'm not the Avatar. He wants to be a bigger part of the Avatar's life, and I'm the closest thing to a daughter he has. Oh, Janju is signaling everyone. It's time to go. Travel. I figured we'd use the traditional setting for such matters, so please bear with me for a moment. Tagaka waves her arms in the in the form of waterbending, but nothing happens. Hold on. Amok scoffs. You'll have to forgive me. I'm not exactly the bender my father and grandfather were. A circle rises haltingly from the ice. Earth Kingdom servants begin dressing the table. And so, yeah, we have here, the Earth Kingdom woman is using the Pianhai method for grinding the ink stick. Did Tagaka steal her away from a literature school in one of the larger cities? And this is Hua. This is one of the named characters who we'll see in the kind of like after story. So she has a little bit of a plot with Talariktug, which is kind of nice. Everything seems to be in order. If you don't mind, I'd like to proceed straight away to the next stage. Verbal amendment. Ooh, the real fun stuff. On the matters of the hostages from the southern coasts of the Zezu province, I want all of them back. I want them back, all of them. Sure. You agree? I agree. You can have all the captives back. They're free. Every single one. The captives are useless to me anyway. Out of 1,000 people or more, not one was a passable carpenter. I should have known better. You want carpenters? Boy, let me teach you a little fact about the pirate trade. Our power is measured in ships. We need timber and craftsmen who know how to work it. Building a proper navy is a generational effort. I want carpenters and trees in a port of my own to dock in so I can increase the size of my forces. And I know just where to get those things. Yokoya. And then this is a crazy moment in the book, but especially that they did this scene here. That like this is brutal here. Like Amok, this master, super well regarded waterbender, taken out like that despite all of his kind of caution and stuff like that. But this is the benefit of Tagaka acting like a weak bender, but actually being more powerful than her father and grandfather. So yeah, Zifu Amok goes down. Come now, you think I can't recognize kinfolk under a disguise? Janju, Heiran, and Rangi are pulled into the hidden tunnels below. I'm stuck. Really cool shot here again as well. Doing a lot of big art moments here. Another thing you should know, I'm not really the waterbender my father was. She's better. And then we do a battle. So what's this? Team size of 1. Okay. And so yeah, we actually play as Tagaka here. This is the way they typically did the updates, is that like they give you a shot at using the characters before you could like summon them, so you actually know what they play like a little bit. I've been pretending to be a weak bender for so long, I couldn't resist being a little overdramatic.
The ideal avatar is also a different, never showing bias to one people.
So yeah, Tagaka's kind of interesting how she works. She's all about inflicting water element and stuff happening, I think, when it's really high. So splash damage, inflicts water element. It also heals stuff when one of the mastery levels is active. This is like a multi-hit attack. So yeah, we'll start with this. But yeah, you're just meant to win this battle. I'm spent. Tagaka makes a waterbending gesture.
Now line up as we decide what fate has in store.
Tagaka. Queen takes knight. And then yeah, there's the nice version of the trap, because like the chapter can almost be a little bit hard to understand what exactly is going on, but this actually explains it really well. The idea of visually, she has her ships, her fleet, are hidden in the ice around this area. Where did all these ships come from? A weakened avatar, this would be the perfect time to trap you in ice. Stop the ships, not me, the ships. Kalsong, you forgot about me. Kalsong swoops down on his glider. Not today, monk. That spray of ice needles took out Kalsong's glider. He fell into the sea. Let's get our hostage back to camp, shall we? Everything hurts, but I need to follow Yoon. So we're building up to the big moment here. Give him back. The Colossus speaks. Give him back now. I saw what I needed to see in the boy's eyes. He's worth more as a hostage than an avatar. Trust me. But you, on the other hand, you're a puzzle. I know you're not a fighter right now. That much is obvious. But I like your potential. I can't decide whether I should kill you now to be safe or take you with me. How would you like a taste of true freedom? Trust me, it's a better life than whatever dirt scratch existence you have on land. Pretending to be a leader and an important person when you're nothing but a murderous slaver, you're the lowest form of life I know. Give me the avatar or I'll put you down like the beast you are. With what, little girl from the Earth Kingdom? With what? And then boom. And it's so cool because it's like Kyoshi, Karuk, Yang Chen, Zito, Avatar Gimli, is it Salai? We don't know. But super cool to get this. Like she has an Avatar state moment here. Amazing shot. And then, yeah, look at the power here. She brings so much earth up from the seabed, basically. What in the name of the spirits? Tagaka draws her Jan and charges Kyoshi. And then we get another really cool shot here as everyone else has pretty much regrouped. So Heiran, Rangi, Janju, On, Pang Pang, Pung Pung, whatever you want to call him. Kyoshi, stay low. Roar. And we'll handle the waterbenders. Kyoshi, you and I are going to have to take Tagaka down. That was quite a feat, Colossus, but you look tired now. Don't you lay a finger on her, Queen of Scum. The Firebender has teeth. Let's see if they bite.
Stop.
And this is a really cool kind of thing to get because the book sort of skips over what happens here. It's just, and with the Earth in play, Jeonju kind of took out the fleet and everyone just captured Tagaka. But it's this idea of like, okay, she still has some of her crew around her. In this case, they add like Talarik Tug in here as like another named notable character, like second in command. But the idea is that, you know, Kyoshi is or isn't involved. But realistically, the idea is that like Jeonju, an injured Heiran, Rangi, and whoever else is left, they're the ones who take out Tagaka in the end. So yeah, let's.
Over here!
We're just fighting what's ours.
I'll crush you. Stop!
Back off, or else.
I've beaten greater than you.
fighting for what's ours. We're just fighting for what's ours.
Have some dignity. For the Avatar!
Back off, or else.
The Pirate Queen is down, Kyoshi. I think I need to lie down.
Behave. I will not hesitate in the future.
And yeah, we're mostly here. I think there's a little bit left of the content. There is still the after kind of story bit that's extra, but in terms of the direct adaptation, it more or less kind of comes to a close with this little section here. So here on, more pirates are coming, regroup. Jonju stopped the ships, and so he gets his big moment here. This is obviously from the books. It's a really cool moment in the books, the way it's described. I think even from the description, it's definitely a bit of a weird one to kind of like visualize properly. But and so like they show it this way, but like the idea is he makes this like crazy bridge that you think shouldn't have structure to it, but like he extends it out over the top of ships and kind of drops it on them. But it's still a nice scene to get across the idea of once the Earth comes into play, he shows how powerful he is, why he was able to like take out 5,000 people in the past, you know, that sort of thing. But yeah, very cool scene overall. One of those ones you'd like to see it fully animated, but you know, still cool. Question mark, question mark, question mark. You did good, kid. They'll be telling stories about this for a long time. Who was that? Obviously it was Avatar Karuk. And then 3 days later, back at the Avatar Mansion. Jonju, I always had a hunch you were hiding something from me. I remember the day you and Kelsong told me about your problem with earthbending. You said that you couldn't manipulate small things, that you could only move good-sized boulders of a regular shape. You didn't tell me that the reverse applied, that you could move mountains, and you were separated from the ocean bed by 200 paces. Kyoshi, I didn't think I could do what I did, but Yoon was in danger, and I stopped thinking, and Where is Yoon? Is he okay? Where's Kelsong? You don't need to worry about them. The Earth Kingdom, it's kind of a mess, don't you think? And this is a really interesting little speech here from Kelsong. Like Jonju. Very telling for his character. We have more than one king. Northern and southern dialects are so different they're starting to become separate languages. Villagers in Yokoya wear as much blue as green, and the people of the Siwang Desert barely share any customs with the rest of the continent. Do you know what's holding the Earth Kingdom together right now? Me. And because I have no claim on leadership from noble blood, I have to do it solely by creating ties of personal loyalty. So you see, Kyoshi, without personal loyalty, it all falls apart. Given what I've told you, is there anything you want to tell me about what you did on the ice? I truly wasn't aware of my own limits. I just panicked and lashed out as hard as I could. Rangi told me that she often firebends stronger when she's angry. Maybe it was like that. I fought Dao Fei across the length and breadth of this continent for so long that the one thing I've learned is that they're just a symptom of what happens when people think the Avatar lacks legitimacy. I'm just a stopgap measure, a substitute. The responsibility of keeping the Earth Kingdom stable and in balance with the other nations rightfully belongs to the Avatar. Yoon is down the hall, Kelsong across from him. You should rest more though. I would hate to see you not well. And so, Jonju obviously has his heavy suspicions at this point. And it highlights that as good of a job in a way as Yuna's been doing as a diplomat, things are still not where they need to be ultimately. But yeah, in terms of like mainline content, that is it. Technically, you get a little bit more of the content because it's a really weird one, but like this banner is obviously content that happens like shortly after this. Now, it's after the whole glowworm stuff that happens, and like there was a glowworm banner coming at some point soon, which has some of the content in the middle of this. There's no real story about this, but obviously the idea is, why do these two fight each other? It's because of what happens in the story. Also, if you look at it's here. It's not that. Do we even have it at the moment? That's Appa. I actually don't, do I? Guess not. I could probably see it on. Yeah, here. Pang Pang Pung Pung once flew with Kelsong. After her beloved master's death, Pung Pung chose Avatar Kyoshi as her next companion. So there is little bits and pieces that like they tell you more of the story, but not a lot. Like similarly, this Flying Opera Company trunk left to Kyoshi by her long lost parents. So the stuff was there, but obviously they didn't actually do more of it. Obviously. But there is a little bit more as we go through this. There is the rest of the Polar Refuge story. So yeah, 54 minutes left for the game. So we should be able to just about get through this. Wrap it up. So we just need Kyoshi era characters, and I'm gonna go with a lone longboat drifts towards the frigid landing, with passengers sent by the Avatar estate. Elite Guard. Alright, we're here. This probably goes without saying, but be prepared for what you might find here. Many of Tagaka's prisoners and pirates fled during the chaos of the battle. So, as you're rescuing survivors, watch out for Fifth Nation pirates still roaming about. I'll stay behind and guard the longboat. It's our only way off the iceberg, and I'd prefer not to be stranded. After the battle, I talked with a group of survivors about the area, and I've narrowed it down to 2 possible paths to focus your search for more of Tagaka's prisoners. Farewell and good luck. So we'll just head over this way. If I remember correctly, this is a little bit of a dull opening, but it builds to, I think, a pretty nice character moment with Talarik Tug, and acts as I think, a pretty nice kind of aftermath of the iceberg stuff. The group searches a small cave and hears something hurriedly eating in the dark. As they approach, it suddenly goes silent. The party's light eventually reveals one of the captives, shivering in a small nook of the cave. Young survivor. I was hungry. Please. Oh, you're not Fifth Pirates, right? Please, I'm cold and tired. The survivor has signs of hypothermia. She urgently needs something to protect her from the cold. Resource. And then we get this back up here, don't we? Yes. The remains of Tagaka's campsite is fully abandoned, or so it appears. Now get them. Okay. So we just do the battle here. The remnants of the Fifth Nation have surfaced from the icy waters for revenge. Tell us where your boat is and nobody gets hurt. Let's see if a few burns will make you more talkative.
You're on the wrong side of this fight. You're on the wrong side of this fight. Not a chance. Attack!
That was unwise.
Okay, so we'll go Living Typhoon
Only
at the start. I'll just try and take this guy out straight away with Dust Up.
Back off, or else.
Stop.
Back off, or else.
You're lucky the Avatar is merciful.
Are there any pictures of the fancy temples or shrines in the game? When I finish this section, I'll show off quite a lot of the art assets from the games. There's a bit of everything in there. Like the folder with all the stuff it's all over the place because it's literally art assets from the game. It's not just like a curated folder with all the good images. There's a lot of like random stuff in a way. Curse you, retreat. The pirates back off, for now. The group has a chance to search the campsite for survivors or anything else of value to the mission. And yeah, we get the blankets here. I love that line. They got our blankets. I get it. In the situation. Important. So yeah, I'll just, while we're here, just head down here. Much better. She regains her energy. There we go now, quickly. Who's your new friend? Please, you can have your rations back. I've hardly eaten any of it, I promise. Too late. Sniveling rat. Sit down, shut up, wait for your turn. Our guest of honor here gets to be first.
Not a chance.
And do keep in mind, in terms of like the canon aspect of this story, I'm using my team of Kyoshi, Talarik and everyone and stuff like that. But the intent of this story is that it's just elite guards that actually make this stuff happen. Kyoshi doesn't actually do this stuff. Which is kind of the weird part of interpreting some of this stuff, because there has to be gameplay in it involving main characters, so...
Back off, or else.
A hearty laugh. Keep the food, keep the rat. She'll just slow us down anyway. Sorry for all the trouble I've caused you. I'll try not to be a burden anymore. Okay. Faint voice coming from the dark. No, stop. As the party approaches, the voice, their light reveals a shivering woman. She squints at them until her eyes adjust to the light. I'm sorry for running. Who are you? I see, that's good. Sorry, but I'm tired. I can't move. Hypothermia. And then, yeah, we go back here. We need more blankets. And again, it's a slow start to the story, but I like that they addressed the idea that, yeah, there would be kind of stragglers in terms of people who didn't immediately get rescued, and then the remains of the Fifth Nation fleet, like what's up with them? And that's why Talariktug is such an interesting character, because he doesn't get captured with Tagaka. So he's behind, he's still there to lead the remnants. Haven't we lost enough?
We're just fighting what's ours. You're on the wrong side of this fight. Oh yeah?
Your defeat is imminent.
There's the counterattack.
Attack!
And then, yeah, Talariktug doesn't have all of his masteries to have the counterattack stuff super happen. I will just do this.
It's pathetic. Hiya!
Back off, or else. For balance.
Behave. I will not hesitate in the future.
We can't win. Let's just see what we can salvage elsewhere. Let's get out of here. We continue to search the campsite. We'll do this again. The group keeps her awake with the conversation. She isn't talkative, but smiles weakly to show her gratitude. Slowly, she regains her energy. I think I'm ready to go with you. Party helps the survivor to get up, but as they leave the cave, the woman freezes from the sound of cackling. Finally, some good fortune. Deranged pirate. We found our missing servant. And some entertainment. What look? The pirates have gone mad. Oh goody, you look like a fighter. This battle will warm my blood. Don't let them take me.
Well, what do we have here? Not a chance. You're on the wrong side of this fight.
Your defeat is imminent.
Not a chance.
That was unwise. Ugh.
No. I feel sorry for my foes.
Okay. Let's keep moving. We'll be back to pick up our servant later. Bye for now. You protected me, but I don't know if you've made things worse. If Tagaka finds out... No, she's gone. You're sure she's gone, right? And then... I think it's, yeah, back here. How goes the search for Tagaka's prisoners? You must be thorough. I would hate for any innocents to be left behind. Alright, with these two rescued, we can head out. Help me ready the boat. A foreboding fog bank drifts across the iceberg. And then the two survivors meet. Hua. How did you know my name? It's you. I was friends with your younger brother. You know Yang? Do you know if he's safe? I don't know. But I promised him if I were to find you, that I should tell you, oh, I remember. The girl disappears into the fog. Gotcha, rat. Don't hurt her. Get back to the boat. I'll get her back, just focus. Before the elite guard can react, the fog condenses around him. Talarik Tug emerges. Tagaka taught me that little trick. So, cool kind of hiding in the fog trick from Talarik Tug. Southern Water Tribe may have abandoned her, but I will never abandon my kin. The pirate holding the young survivor is suddenly caught off guard by a faceful of blankets. They're heading for the boat. Then stop them. We need that boat. Let's see, if the game wasn't ending, what storyline character would you have wanted to be able to play in the game? Yeah, I wanted the Korra characters. I definitely wanted to play as the Korra characters. That would have been exciting, just to have Korra stuff, which we haven't really got too much of in the last few years. Wan, I would have been super excited to see how they did the Wan stuff. That would have been exciting. But I think mainly just the novelization stuff, just to see designs for novel characters. Like Kyoshi Update 2 would have had the Flying Opera Company in there. So seeing all those characters would have been really cool. Like Lek, Kirima, Wong, Lao Ge. That would have been super exciting. Just kind of a little bit of everything, because that's what they were promising with this game, was basically a little bit of everything. So the idea was almost that if it had continued, you didn't need to pick and choose, because we eventually would have gotten pretty much every character. $37 until the game ends. Hold them off. So, okay, so this is a two-stage battle.
Well, what do we have here? You're on the wrong side of this fight. No!
I am Kyoshi, your avatar.
I'm ending this.
Not a chance. Oh yeah? Back off, or else. Rah! Oh yeah? Back off, or else. You've made your choice.
I am Kyoshi, your avatar. As one!
Back off, or else.
Retreat. No. No one leaves. We're not done yet. But boss, not yet. The next man to speak will be silenced permanently. And then this is the big moment. This was the turn, and what kind of turned this into probably one of my favorite new story pieces of content in the game in terms of brand new stuff was this little moment after all this build-up is actually really strong. While it says Tagaka is gone. You're all hungry, tired and injured, but you're all still alive. Don't throw that away. And she's just been imprisoned by them for like months. And she's caring about them, even though they're the pirates who've kind of imprisoned her for all this time. He thinks about it. Fall back. Tagaka still needs us. We're of no use to her dead. And she gets praise for this. That was incredible. I just did what Young, my brother, would want me to. No. Oh, right. He said, if we get free, meet me under the fruiting tree. He made it sort of rhyme so I could remember it. Young. And it's just a little teaser of like, I'm guessing they probably had, maybe in the background of like Talariktug's story, something with Hua, to deliver that story, introduce stuff with Yang. You sort of wonder with Talariktug's story continuing, do they meet again? Stuff like that. Some interesting stuff. I think it's only these pirates here. No one's worth saving. I don't blame you for wanting to be thorough. The rescue of those last two survivors. Well, I'd hate to think of how things could have turned out. What matters now is that they're safe, happy, and healthy. Beautiful scenery. I lied earlier. There's still a part of me that believes, well, wants to believe, that some of the people I lost in that battle are still out there, waiting for me to rescue them. And that's objectives complete. So that is the Kyoshi content. That is everything, basically. There's no other additional stuff. Or actually, do you... I suppose you get something here, don't you? Or... I think that just might be an extra kind of bonus thing. I'm not sure if there's a new content, but it's going to take... Yeah, I'll just do this path battle to get us up there quicker. Because if we just sit here and wait 7 minutes, that's like a huge percentage of what's left of the game. Wasted traveling a path.
Not a chance. Not a chance. We're just fighting for what's ours.
Your defeat is imminent.
Back off, or else. Huh?
I will do what is necessary. Stop! Strike!
Oh yeah?
Glacial cover.
We're just fighting for what's ours. Attack! Enough!
And here's Gale Force. I love this movement here. This animation of just the...
I feel sorry for my foes.
The group arrives at the atop the edge of the iceberg. It's a scenic view of the Arctic waters, inviting them to reflect. The group stares out at the sea as they reflect upon the rise and fall of the Fifth Nation. Some truly believed in a united people from all four nations under one flag, even if it was a pirate flag. And that's absolutely everything. And yeah, it's so unfortunate because you feel like there absolutely was the potential to do more. Because like yeah, like the mountains in or around here would have been where like the glowworm kind of scene happened. And then we gonna go from there. You got like, I suppose, like Kin Chao or whatever you want to pronounce it over here. It was really good, and it was exciting because of like people seeing all the art for the characters. Even if you didn't like the game, it was super exciting to see this, the image I have above me here, and all the other stuff. It's really, really interesting. And then yeah, like again, we look at the timelines image and what could have been. They had plans for all of this stuff here to be added. Korra was basically planned for like the end of the year. Roku, at least a unit for Roku, I think was probably going to be coming somewhat soon, because we were getting towards the episode 7 and 8 stuff of Avatar. And then I assumed they wouldn't wait too long to at least add Karuk and Yang Chen in, even if they were maybe a while away from doing like Yang Chen novel content. So yeah, that's pretty much all that sort of stuff. The guild is interesting here because this piece of art, you only get to see this on this page, but it's one of the only other Korra pieces of art in like the whole game. Is that Join Guild Red Lotus image is actually really cool here with Peliza here, Gazan, Minghua. Ordered White Lotus image here on the Create Guild. Because if you join a guild, you don't get to see these anymore. Like on my main account, like I didn't see these because I joined a guild the second it kind of opened up. It's an interesting thing. So yeah, I suppose we should probably do some stuff here. I'll do some arena fights here, just to see what we can do. So I'll use my Team Avatar leveled up team in the arena here. Let me just level it up as much as I possibly can.
Just a simple monk. Don't worry, I'll protect you.
So 60 is the max I can do everyone right now.
Hi. Did you want to hang out or something?
Okay, so... And then, yeah, I'll show the art shortly. Ooh, do I have enough stuff to actually level this up? Oh, I have lots of these.
I don't do emotion.
Okay, need more gold. And you can see how quickly you blow through gold. And I haven't even touched my arts yet. So thankfully, for the final stages of the game, they did add this store here. So you can just buy 1,000,000 gold for 250. So I can pretty much get as much as I want because I have so many tickets, I didn't need to use stones to do any of the summons. But I always felt like when they gave you gold, they heavily underestimated how much gold you actually needed. So even in the big times where, like, for certain updates they gave you like 5,000,000 gold, it's like, wow, I can level up like 1 4-star art or something like that with that. Thanks. 50 million gold. That's something. Okay, how much is that? 13 million. Look how quickly this will go away.
You could say
And Zuko.
I regret a lot of my past.
And look, just like that, I've used it all once again. So you can see how difficult it is to like keep stuff going, and like I'm gonna probably like run out of my gold very quickly here. Whoa, what did I just do there? The race to do the last couple of battles here. Okay, 13 million again.
I'm just a simple.
Oh, hi.
Okay. Well, I'll probably just leave it at that. But then, like, yeah, you can see here, still have a lot of other stuff to do here. So, Aang, not quite fully upgraded. Yeah, you can see how just expensive it is to do all this stuff. What does this put my power level at? If I go into the arena here. Let's say I battle this 317,000. Mine team is 429,000. And then yeah, crit rate I think is fine. This should be pretty good. So we'll see what happens here. Might actually get to see some like tactics in this battle. But I'm not super high ranked on this account. We'll also get to see different characters. We saw a lot of the Kyoshi characters in action here. Now we get to see some Team Avatar characters in action. So they have Azula. Okay, so there's the blue fire.
You can't knock me down.
But yeah, we're going to do this. So Katara has the Lashing Wave. Waterbending damage to all enemies. We heal Team Avatar members. And if we defeat someone, we get an extra turn. So very good here. And Katara's really got good offense. So it didn't quite kill anyone there. So Suki has stuff relating to going into a different stance. So she's in that different stance now. And we can... I guess I'll attack the Azula here.
Oh, you're going down. All in a day's work for the Avatar, I guess.
And then... I guess I'll take out the Zuko over here.
Is that all you got? I'm sorry, Uncle. What's wrong? Afraid you'll
And then Zuko, the way Zuko works is that he has this thing, Inner Flame. His abilities will consume that Inner Flame to get a bonus. So if we use his advanced attack, we get an extra turn, as you'll see here.
If you quit now, I'll let you go.
So we do that, we get the extra turn, and then we get to do this. And then the key to this team functioning is that Aang, Peace Aang is the key. We want to use him as the combo, but the extra on the combo. So we want to attack with a different one of our other characters, but use Aang as the combo. That will get Aang going.
Sorry, was that weird?
And so he gets a bond that will give defense up to the rest of the team. He also gives echo to a different character, so there's a chance to attack again.
Is this all you've got? I've got this one.
And there's Suki with the counter attack.
Stop, please.
So it's a team that isn't great if you don't get a few turns in. But once it gets going, your defense starts going up, your attack starts going up, Katara can heal the team, Zuko can give bonuses to the rest of the team. It's pretty cool. I don't think Team Avatar was ever like meta. Even after the buffs they gave it, it still wasn't like as good as other stuff, but it's still interesting. Oh, here's a slightly more leveled up team here. So we're only just slightly above this one, so we'll see what happens here. They have a Zhang Zhang in their team, who can be kind of tricky to deal with because he always vanishes and stuff like that. And they have a Kyoshi.
Here to help.
So, what I'm going to do here is, I'm not going to take them out with the first one here. So, I'm going to... I'll start with this. Hopefully get the freeze. There's a chance to freeze the enemy team. So yeah, we froze the enemy Aang.
Is this all you've got? Stop.
Here's the dust up. Heavy damage, but we survived it well. And then yeah, I'll just attack straight away with this Suki into Kyoshi.
All in a day's work for the Avatar, I guess. Now check this out. That was unwise.
Okay,
Remember the basics.
do that, and then we'll get the Aang going here.
Let's go, team. Sorry, was that weird?
Get the bond. And Aang is actually fully maxed out. Mastery level 3. So 2 bonds and we can get the special attack.
Everything.
It was a lucky shot.
Okay,
Let's do this together.
there's Zhang Zhang.
Gah!
I've got you. I've got this one.
So Suki doing some nice countering. Okay, we'll combo. We'll use Katara's advanced skill, which should hopefully kill the Kyoshi. We get the extra turn, and Aang is ready to go. Oh, we didn't quite kill the Kyoshi.
I guess we have no choice.
Okay, we'll just have Suki kill the Kyoshi. And now Aang, you can see here,
Let's do this.
has 2 bonds, and we can do these attacks. So the way this works, obviously, as you can see here, grant immunity if bond is present. So defensive. With this attack, it's grant attack up if a bond is present. So he's going to boost the full team. In this case, I'm just going to go for this. So I'll do a combo with Aang here. Because when you combo with Zuko, you get the inner flame back. So there's some cool kind of combo potential with combos in the team. We had 2 bonds, so Aang gets a second turn, but he gets the other 2 elements. So his main moves is what, air and fire. Here he gains access to water and earth, which are actually more powerful. Deals waterbending damage to all enemies, grants skill nullifier to all Team Avatar members, which is basically avoids the next hit of damage, which is huge. So we'll do that.
My turn. Is this all you've got?
No.
Let's do this together.
My turn.
And then Zuko here. So you can see increase the rank of fire, and you consume the inner flame, but no one has that at the moment. So I'll just attack
All about the black.
the
Think
Zhang
about
Zhang.
what you're doing. Your ears are pointless if you will not listen.
We'll go
Just
Katara.
like we practiced. We got this.
We'll do this to get rid of some of those buffs on Zhang Zhang. So you can see 2 of them fell off because of Suki. And now Aang, he has no bonds on him currently, so I'll just do the basic
turn.
attack.
This will be easy. Is this all you've got?
What's wrong?
And now we'll get the Aang combo going again.
Team. Sorry, was that weird?
Discord said they will be keeping the servers active until
Just like
Monday
practice.
now. Oh, that's interesting. Have they said that anywhere else? Oh, just the Discord server. Oh.
Oh, you're going down. All in a day's work for the Avatar, I guess.
That is unfortunate. I think they thought there was maybe a hope that they could sort of like hand that server, Discord server, over to fans, and that could just be a pseudo-official thing, but I guess it's associated with the game. They probably have to. It's unfortunate.
My turn. This will be easy. Ah,
I'll take it from here.
And there we go. There's the win in a sort of longer battle. And you can see there was potential. The problem, though, is that I don't think that the team we were up against there was like super well constructed. It was higher level than other opponents, but wasn't as much going on there. But still, like there was obviously cool potential with this. Do you think it's possible they ever revived the game later on? I don't think so. I think if they were hopeful about being able to save it, I think it would have been saved. In the probably like a month following the like slowdown in communication, when we slowly figured out what was going on, those were the weeks where they had the opportunity to come up with some sort of a plan to sort of keep the game going with the smaller development team and switch over something to make it happen. But obviously they weren't able to do it, and I don't know the details behind it because obviously Embracer Group still own the development studio, even though they laid off basically everyone and consigned the game to death. Basically, they obviously weren't going to fix the game, so I don't know. I hope that maybe some of the story ideas for the game can come back into play later on. The likes of, say, Talaric Tug, stuff like this, that we see these in some other form of media somewhere down the line. But that's the problem with the game. It's kind of similar to the Legends RPG situation, which is like, if you don't finish those stories in that material, when are we going to see them? Like, it's the Princess Zaison stuff of like, when will we actually see the end of Zaison's story? Which is weird because the RPG material doesn't tell complete stories, which would mean you have to finish that story elsewhere. And it's sort of a similar situation with this, where we're not getting the finishes to any of these stories. They're just left wide open. What's actually going to happen? That's the interesting kind of thing. So yeah, we've got about 11 minutes left, 10 minutes left. Not long at all now. Just because this is a short amount of time, I'm just going to stick on the game just to see what happens as we the server kind of shuts down, and then we'll spend some time going through some of the art stuff after that. Can I make a video of all the new content added to the timeline from the game? Maybe. I do feel it would be a video that would take a long time to make for relatively little gain. Just because I think some of it is good, but a lot of it is very much, it's the start of a story. It's the absolute beginning of a story, and there's not much there. So like some of the early stuff in the game, like where am I going here? Here, like the stuff in, say, like the mountain passage with like the dojo master is cool, but it was very basic initially. It was just like, here are different factions of students. Here's a main student that interacts with Team Avatar. Here's the dojo master. And we were weeks away from getting the dojo master update that would have actually revealed like who it is under the mask and gone into that story. And I think that's the thing with like nearly all of the new characters, is that we got the intro to basically everyone, but we didn't get the kind of meat of their story for like any of them basically. Because even Talariktug, it's like, what's actually gonna happen next? Let's see, kind of an unrelated question, but what Avatar content are you most excited for in the future? Well, definitely the Avatar Studios animated content. So like the movie, and then whatever other stuff they announce, like the first series, if it is the Earth Avatar after Korra, and they follow that, the rumored like what Zuko movie, if they do anything in these other timelines in that content. Otherwise, the novels is definitely where a lot of my focus is. So the Roku novel, Reckoning of Roku, coming next year. That's something upcoming that I'm pretty excited for. The Mako comic next year, Mystery of Penkan Island, whatever way you want to pronounce that. I'm excited for that comic. And just to see what Avatar Studios does as we get relatively close to the new content. Like, are they going to decide to do more with the stuff, with the comics? And I'm interested to see what Avatar comic they do after the June and Iroh comic, because they usually do them in threes. So we have had Azula, we're doing June and Iroh as the 5th one shot. What's the 6th one? What character or group of characters are they going to do for that next Avatar comic? I'm excited for that, and to see what Korra characters they do for the Korra comic. I'm in general, I'm excited for like a lot of the Avatar content, like even the Legends RPG, the Spirit World book. I'm actually really excited for that, to see how they do Spirit World lore, to see, do they like classify spirits, do they reveal more named spirits to us, like just the nature of spirits. I'm very interested to see how they go about kind of putting out information on them, because the information on Republic City was so detailed in the Republic City book. I'm really intrigued to see what they do with the other stuff. But yeah, there's that. I think in terms of the main story, I got as far as like actual Kyoshi Island here. But obviously, I actually, on my main account, did the main stuff. But yeah, there's the kind of difference. You can see the layout is very similar to Yokoya, of course, along here. This kind of main central area. And so on. Kind of cool. But different. And, like even Netflix Avatar. I'm interested to see what that's like. I wouldn't say it's one of my absolute most hyped things, but it is going to be a major project at the start of next year, when there's not really a lot of Avatar stuff that we're maybe expecting early next year, unless news really starts to ramp up for Avatar Studios. That's the situation there. I'm really excited for Yang Chen era stuff in the RPG. Yeah, that's the other thing with the RPG, is that the Spirit World book is what we assume to be next. But after that, there's no way they're stopping it after that. So they're going to have to, I'm guessing, do either more settings toolkits. And one of the really obvious ones would be, now post Yang Chen novels, do a book that's just what the book does for the other eras, but for Yang Chen's era. and other eras, like Juan. I think people want to see the Juan era. I think there's been a pretty heavy demand to play in the beginnings era. That would be very cool to do. And then, of course, anything new. Anything new that game does is exciting. And then we do have the other mobile game. Like, that's the other thing that I think people forget about, is that this game is shutting down, but there is another Avatar mobile game that's launching in 2024. We know next to nothing about it right now, apart from the basic announcement, but there is another one coming, and that's the thing there. So you have 5 minutes left for the game. 5 minutes left. I think someone said they wanted to see May in action, so I'll do... Ooh, do I actually have enough team to do this? Yeah, I might just do stage 1 here. Just to see Team Azula in action. Saw Facebook out of another Avatar board game about the Fire Nation that nobody seems to be talking about. Yeah, Fire Nation Rising came out towards the end of last year. It seems interesting enough, but I just found a lot of the other Avatar games to look more interesting in terms of their concept compared to that game. Like Crossroads of Destiny, I just think is a slightly more interesting game.
I'll die.
Uncle taught me well.
And then there is, like, we're waiting for it, like we don't know what's going to happen, but there is the Kickstarter for the other Avatar board game that I assume is going to happen eventually still. We haven't had an update on it in a while because I think that company's still fulfilling their Kickstarter for their like current game before they move on to Avatar, but it'll be interesting to see how all that stuff comes together, because merch, like I'm deep in the middle of like doing my end of year videos, so I'm thinking about merch that happened this year, merch for like next year. It's been a bit all over the place. Last year, this year, we don't know what it's going to look like next year. The only thing I can think is that, have they started to hold off and focus on merch for the 2025 movie? Because they have to prepare for that stuff quite a bit in advance if they have merch coming out to coincide with the new stuff. That's the only thing I can really think of that, like, this is maybe why like McFarlane's really backed off, other places have, is that maybe they are preparing for a big merch push so we finally get the merch working at the same time as new stuff comes out. But we'll see what happens here. There it is in tiny text, the announcement that we got a month ago that the game is coming to an end. As we've got, what, a minute and a half to go, basically. It was really fun to see all this stuff, like you can see here, like the amount of extra stuff that they gave you for the last couple of weeks was kind of crazy. But still, we'll see what happens here. What do we have here? "40 seconds. "20 seconds. Yeah, the home menu music actually works quite well for this. Okay. End of the game, apparently. So, if I try to do anything, does it not work? Well, we continue. Bonus time. Or is this actually going to load?
I've got you.
Not a chance.
I assume it takes
I've got you.
time
I will not back
to do it.
off.
It said a second, so probably officially end at midnight. They specified on Twitter 1 a.m. UTC, and it is currently 1 a.m. UTC because I'm on basically UTC time. So this is the time they said it would end at, which is the weird thing is that like obviously like the game ends on the 1st in like America. It's kind of weird. But yeah, is this it now? Or is this sort of like if I turn it off, I can't log back in, but because I'm logged in, I'm good until like the whole thing is gone. Like if I try to do this, claim this. Guess we're still here. But it's one of those things where it's like, okay, well, there's nothing else to do. It's just like wait for the game to shut down, basically. Become unresponsive. I wonder if I try to summon, will it stop? Oh. Maintenance thing. Still let me summon. Oh. It's become unresponsive. There we go. It's over. We got 2 extra minutes. Goodbye, Avatar Generations. Didn't even last a year. Thanks, Embracer Group. Can we do it? No. So, yeah, looks like it's over. Avatar Generations is dead. So, with that out of the way, let's get into some art here then. Is it better to show it here? Yeah, I'll just say, we'll just go with it this way. So, let's open this. So, lots of files here in the cache. So you can see here, it's completely like video game file thing. Look at these kind of file names. Ability asset bundle, adventure map asset bundle, VFX audio bundle, chibi bundle here, combat character bundles, data, FT UE adventure assets. There's a lot going on here to look through. But you can see here voiceover. There's all the voiceover lines. But a lot of the art you'll find here in narrative system, because how does the game showcase the characters most of the time? It's in the kind of comic style things, and it shows the characters going. So you can see as we go in here, you have all those kind of iterations of the characters. So you can see, say, like Bonzu, Pippin, Paddle, Octopolis, Aang. You have sort of these, this is the angry version. This is the base version. Happy, sad, surprised, thinking. You can see those, they have those for like basically all of the characters here. as you go through it. You can see you have shirtless Aang. Here is a mock. Why is that not loading? There. You have a mock. He has base surprised thinking. So some of the characters have a lot. Some of them don't have a lot. But you can see here as we go through, like Aoma. Here's Wen, one of the newer characters. A lot going on there. There's Auntie Mui. Different versions. Here's Azula. Angry. Base. Concerned Azula. Determined Azula. Full. This is basically her like summon banner kind of like main image. Look at that image. Grinning Azula. This one's called. Happy Azula. More like maniacal Azula, but still. Sad Azula. Surprised Azula. And so it's just cool to have this kind of stuff here in the asset bundle thinking. And then even the animals have it. Like this is in alphabetical order. Like this is Badger Mole base. Badger Mole friendly. Full body Badger Mole. Badger Mole unfriendly. You can see here's some of the background stuff here. Fire Nation camp. The tents in the background. And as we go through, yeah, you can see they have some of the back. There's a placeholder image. There is one of the more recent updates for the game that had the puzzles with the whole penguin stuff. That might have actually been the last update in the game. There's another one of the backgrounds there. Lights on and off. Dojo Master interior. Air Temple. Like there's a lot of stuff when you kind of go through it. Here. Yeah, that's all the kind of background stuff. Yeah, Omashu, exterior docking area, prison holding area. So you can see we're going through the like imprisoned area there. If we open this one up, here, this is some of the Kyoshi era art. So you can see Avatar Estate, Avatar Mansion, the kitchen in the Avatar Mansion, and we saw all this used in the background of the story as we went through it here. Tagaka's tent, like Boomy going through the faces, young Boomy, various faces, Boomy stylish purple, various expressions, battle Boomy, various expressions. So you can see all the stuff like the different Cabbage Merchant versions: base, happy, sad, surprised. Everyone's reaction to the game ending. Thinking. Here is Masaru. I think, is this a different version of the character? Because they altered this, didn't they? Or is this a different character? I forget the details. Here's Chef Lee. As we go through this. But you can see as you go through it here, like, say, here's some of the spoilers, obviously. Like, here's what the Dojo Master looks like with the hat off. This was the reveal of who she is. That this was what was going to be revealed in basically the next update with like Tao Wu and stuff like that. You can see the Dojo Master. Here are the like Tao Wu kind of enemy students, some of them here, that we would have seen in the next update, of course. So cool, some new characters, kind of like different kind of colored versions of them. What else do we have here? Yeah, then you go into Bokeen here, Earth Kingdom Corporal. Yeah, you can see the different versions of the koi fish: friendly, neutral, unfriendly. There's different bandits and stuff like that. There's Kiwok there. Oh, there's Katsu specifically. Yeah, the updated version. Fisherman, foaming mouth guy. You get a full expression kind of range for him. Look at that. This is happy. This is what this one's called. Happy. Sad. Surprised. Thinking. Here is Goro, one of the new characters. And then look at even like Gyatso. Like, look at these different expressions for Gyatso. pretty nice. Haru, like characters that like are important, but maybe not the most important. Like they're in here. They're in this game. Like all the different pieces of art that were made for this game. It's super interesting. Like, and then like here's more Kyoshi stuff. So like Heiran, we just went through. So we saw battle armor Heiran, angry, base, surprised. Headmistress Heiran, angry, base, full body, surprised. Fire Nation soldier, and so on. There's Hua, who we saw at the end of the story content there. Here's some Iroh stuff here. Some Yokoya kind of background characters. Katara in Genomite. All these sort of stuff. Jonju, you can see actually there's only 3 different facial expressions for Jonju. Angry, base, and thinking. So, like, it's super interesting kind of like going through like what there is. There's Prisoner Katara, there's Book 3 Katara there as well. There's like Book 1 Katara, Book 2 Katara. Kelsong is in here, the generic air nomad character. Here's Coco. So fun stuff as we kind of go through it here. There's Kyoshi. There's lots of different expressions for like base Kyoshi, different Kyoshi warriors. Here's Mei. Very cool to see all this. Happy Mei, sad Mei, surprised, thinking. Mamushi, one of the new characters who was included in some of the newer content and was going to be a part of like long-term stories that went into like Book 3 content. So they had big plans for like some of these new characters. There's a lot of interesting stuff to just kind of consider there. Yeah, Colonel Monkey. What else have we got here? There's Talarik Tug there. Fifth Nation soldiers. Rangi's in there. Sokka in Genomite. The different Sokkas. And then, yeah, this is some of the other kind of background shot images. Like the promo image you would see as part of the story that they use. Some of them are just screenshots. And I don't think some of this was actually directly used, I think, in the game. But there's Mamushi from the more recent update. So you can see Kiwok is here. Wen is here. Another one of that. Aang. Hall of Avatars. Gyatso. Roku. Here's the promo image for the next Dojo Master update. So this is the one that they showed off on stream. Was going to come. So there's Dojo Master. There's the students that we saw. And then this is Taowu up here. Who is going to be a pretty interesting new character. I think the intent for him was that he was meant to be a spirit morphed character in some way. I think that was the idea for him, but I forget the exact details. Koi fish, yeah. Boomy. Imprisoned update. And yeah, here we get into the Kyoshi stuff. So the Kyoshi where we saw the different scenes here, Tagaka, Yoon, the death of Amok, Jonju, the Avatar State moment, the counterattack, the negotiations, more students. What else do we got here? Yeah, Suki, you've got Momo here. And then, yeah, here we go. Unreleased stuff, like official Glowworm. This is Father Glowworm. This is the official art they had for him. This is what he was going to look like. There's the kind of pose. You can see he also has neutral, friendly Glowworm, full body Glowworm. So there's the big one. So that's pretty hyped to kind of see official art for him. He was going to be a raid boss. He was going to be a support in the game as well. They had some cool stuff kind of coming. Flopsy. Again, there's not a ton of extra kind of unreleased stuff like that. Glowworm is kind of one of the few that's just like, oh, this is just a complete extra new piece of art. Old Iron we had in the game, obviously, but there is some extra pieces of art for him, obviously. I'm guessing what this means is that there was at some point, I guess, meant to be like direct, like the Rift, like content where like we would see dialogue from Old Iron, which is kind of fun and interesting. Yeah, some animal characters. There's Tagaka, there's the boulder. This is the old design for Tao Wu. It's not the actual design that they were going to go with. There's Tai Li, Tyro, Xin Ming from the Patola Mountain Range. There's Yoon, the various Zhaos, Blue Spirit, Zuko's. All cool stuff. And then there's lots of other stuff. Like we could spend all day kind of going through this, but saying like going to the UI and like calendars, there's all this like extra background art. And so this is one that's quite interesting. I think they might have used this at some point, but this is Avatar Generations North and South comic art, because it's called Calendar North_South Part 1. And it's clearly the Southern Water Tribe, but ATLA era Southern Water Tribe post-war. And then there's like another image here. Because in the game files, a character at one point was planned to be a double character that was Siku and Sura from the comics. Now, I don't think we ever saw much of that, but that was part of the plans at some point for those characters to be introduced into the game. So that's kind of interesting. And there's a lot of other kind of just cool stuff there, background images. Gotcha banners is in here. Yeah, I think I posted this on Twitter the other day, but this is another piece of Kyoshi art. So this one probably makes it clearer. This was going to be the image they used for the Father Glowworm banner when they added him as a support. And this is obviously the area in the book where Kyoshi and Yoon are brought before Glowworm to confirm once and for all who is the Avatar. Get the Father Glowworm blood test. And so this is the moment he kind of comes out of the mountain, he uses the slime to check which is which, and this is where the book goes wrong. This is where the book just takes off with its plot. It's this moment. And it's just cool to see that background shot of like, this is the area where this actually takes place. Now, obviously they only had one main image of Glowworm. There is the model in the files, and you can look at it. You'd have to, I think, technically, I think some people have got it like working properly. You can look at the models if you have a way to view them. They're kind of in there in the files if you look through it. Because obviously not everything in this is like super useful. Like there's all this other stuff. Like look, there's the urchin crab that we talked about. Like you've got like every kind of piece of art that you can imagine, like all the coins and stuff like this. It's kind of interesting. Like you have the Kyoshi kind of like event challenge banner thing they had going on with like very young Kyoshi, teenage Kyoshi, Avatar Kyoshi. And then there's a lot of kind of files that are kind of just all over the place. So yeah, resources, Chibi. You can see they've got all the Chibi stuff in here as well. Chibi Azula. Chibi characters that obviously we saw walking through the paths. Each character has Chibi stuff. And then the reason they're all done like that is because basically like this. It's like basically the walk cycle for the Chibi characters is all the different versions of them as they walk. So that's there for like every character that's in the game. I think Tao Wu is in here somewhere, if I remember correctly. You can at least see what Chibi Tao Wu looks like. That's old Tao Wu. Yeah, here. This is what Tao Wu was actually going to look like. Excuse the chibiness, of course, but like this was the actual design they were going to go for. But yeah, that's kind of interesting. Other stuff, textures, like you can see there's a bunch of kind of like random stuff in here that like isn't super useful in some of these folders. What else do we have here? Characters. We'll take a look at the voiceover stuff. Because this is kind of interesting. Obviously, because like, say if you go Rangi, a lot of that stuff is, but the .wav files are useful.
I'm Rangi of the Seinaka clan. I'm Rangi of the Seinaka clan.
What's this one?
It is my honor and privilege to guard the Avatar.
And then some of them.
You're lucky the Avatar is merciful. Good.
Yeah, like so some of them are just like that, where it's just like
good.
It's just a character like making a noise and stuff like that. But it is cool to kind of see all this stuff, like what actually goes into the game, and stuff like that. And there's so much stuff in here, like Gran has like 65 audio bits.
My name is Kana, but everyone calls me Gran. You are a rare sight. We don't get many visitors in the South Pole.
That's kind of interesting. But yeah, that's just stuff that's out there. Like, anyone worrying that the game hasn't been archived, it has. It definitely has. There's a Discord out there. You can find it. People can invite you to it, and you can download the folder with all the stuff in it. There's no rush on it as such. Let's see. Where are we going again? Is there other Jonju lines? I don't have the link on me at the moment. I think I posted a tweet. There's someone there who can kind of link it to you. But yeah, there's a Discord out there that has all this stuff. I don't want to go like linking all these kind of things. It's, what's it called? Avatar Legacies is, I think, what they call it. Voiceover. Jonju. Yeah, oh, he's got a lot of stuff going on.
You may address me as Genju.
Jinju, yeah.
The Avatar was my friend. It is my duty to train his reincarnation. Kuruk and I became friends over Paisho, and I found his reincarnation through Paisho. It was destiny. The Yellow Necks were scum of the lowest order, even among Dao Fei. Worthless scum!
Oh. so yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here. As you go through it, like even here in the videos, there's not too many videos directly in the game. This is just the summon banner stuff, but then like there is the
She was bigger than most of the other children, but something drew her to steal one of the air nomad's most precious Avatar relics.
So yeah, that's all the sort of stuff that's in here. Yeah, like a lot of it is like not particularly useful. Home screen stuff. But yeah, that's that. And yeah, like it's out there. Again, like I'm not really involved in the running of this Discord, so I don't really want to be just going around like linking, sending everyone over there, because I barely know how like Discord works myself with a lot of this sort of stuff. But it's there. It's out there. So yeah, I'll just switch to this. Yeah. So to wrap up the stream, because it's pretty late at this point, for me anyway. Ooh, I have a lot of things open here. Play Store says, looking for Avatar Generations, this app won't work for your device. Well, the game's shut down at this point. It's over. It won't work. So, yeah, this is completely as expected at this point. It's unfortunate that it's gone, but it was fun while it lasted. Coincidentally, that other Avatar decided to release its game today. Wait, is that correct? Is that Blue People Avatar game? But yeah, that's that. Is that correct? December 7th is what I get for the release date, but maybe some early access thing. Some people have it today. Don't know. Because I don't believe the other Avatar mobile game is out, because we've heard nothing about it yet. So it's probably something like that. But yeah, that's basically the stream. I don't know if I'll do another stream this month. It completely depends on if there's other news this month. That's what it comes down to. If there is like bigger news, like say like they happen to maybe put out the trailer for Netflix Avatar early or something like that, maybe towards the later in the month I'll do another stream. If there's other big news, something like that, absolutely, like we'll do a kind of news focused stream and stuff like that. But it's December. I did a stream this month, so I accomplished the goal I set out at the end of the year, which was to stream at least once a month, and that was cool to see. But otherwise, it is looking like a sort of slowish end to the year. There's maybe a chance the Mako comic gets solicited next month, and we see some details on that. I'm assuming we'll see some promo stuff about Netflix Avatar. Otherwise, like, I don't really know what we're meant to expect for December. It's looking a little light on content. I will be releasing my end of year videos, so the 2023 Avatar Year in Review. I usually release that, Christmas Eve-ish? I have to wait until later in the year to release it, just in case there is any last bit of news. And then hopefully the 2024 Avatar Preview right at the end of the year, usually December 31st. I have most of the year in review done, but obviously I have all of this stuff like in an editable state in case there's updates. Like already with the voice actor news potentially for Katara, I've already had to I have to like edit that in to acknowledge that that's happened. But otherwise that's mostly kind of like visual wise ready to go. I just need to like record the audio, lock in the content for that video and put it out. And then I've made one image for the 2024 video, but there's a lot to work on with that. I suppose in a way kind of not really, because like we know very little stuff overall in terms of like merch, and a lot of stuff is kind of gone now, so we don't really know what the details are. But it's always unfortunate when the year kind of comes to an end and it's kind of mostly almost negative news, in that like end of a game, end of a big opportunity to get new content as well. And this is where like it would be really cool if Avatar Studios could announce something before the end of the year, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think Avatar Studios news is probably coming probably February, March next year, if they're going to do anything at one of the kind of Paramount events. If not, we're waiting for San Diego Comic-Con and New York Comic-Con next year. Otherwise, I don't really know what the situation is for the rest of the year. So a bit of an odd one. But there will be a podcast tomorrow. Myself and Greg, who's in chat just there, we do have a podcast scheduled to record tomorrow. So that should be released tomorrow as well. And yeah, we'll cover some of the news, including some of the more recent stuff that just happened. And we'll be back to the Avatar and Korra episode reviews as well. I think it's Avatar Day for Avatar and the guide for Korra. So what's that? 205 and K209 for anyone playing along there. Finally back to the episode reviews on the podcast. And otherwise, I think that's kind of it for the details. So thanks everyone for joining me for this end of Avatar Generations stream. Like I said, maybe another stream this month if anything happens. If not, we'll try for some sort of a January stream if there is anything to talk about. I think at the very least in January there's going to be a Netflix trailer, but we'll deal with that when we come to it. But yeah, that's been the video, the stream. Thanks for coming out and watching, and bye.